Okay. Where did I put my, where did I put the, oh, here it is. Ah. I could just ignore him. New skips? None. Damn it. I'm probably not gonna mess this up in runs. Ah, waited too long, I think. I think I have a good visual cue for that now. That's fine. It's not as bad as it seems. Ah. Going a little bit too fast there. Ah, damn it. Damn it. Yep. We might be all skipped out for any percent. I don't see any percent getting better or faster really anymore. Not without new not without any new findings. It's very sad, but well, it is what it is. We can't exactly like face fact, but we you gotta face reality at some point, right? Like, just because you want it to happen doesn't mean it'll happen. There's really not much else that we could do. For any percent outside of finding something brand new. Cursed Warp doesn't seem to work. We can't use Cortex in a new way. Well, there goes this save file. I'll have to remake the save file. Hang on, let me remake that save file real quick. I've been needing to reset these up anyways. That one in the bottom right hand corner was a test file. That was a test file. That crashes, unfortunately. I was trying to just have Cortex immediately with that save warp, and it just didn't want to work, so yeah. Okay. Thanks for the good luck. Yo, Ichiban. Yo, Mate. Thanks for the good luck. Sorry if I sound like very low energy. I couldn't get to bed until like 3 AM last night. It was a good day, but I just couldn't get to bed. I got this. That is Montenegro Montenegro chuspa. What? That name is fucked up. I like it. Montenegro chuspa. It is a oh, hijo de puta. Yeah, it's a great name. So let me reset up this save file so I could do a little more practice. De nada. Pero me hace muchísima gracia. Y bueno, puede escribir en español como quieras. A mí no importa. Mi chat es bilingüe. I can't. Yo técnicamente soy trilingüe, pero... vaya putísima mierda. Insanely tired. You know how the other two nuts? What do you mean? Cursed Warp? Oh, right. So, Cursed Warp, which is what I'm doing right now. Okay. So, obviously I don't know all of the logistics of this. But the first thing you need to do for Cursed Warp is you need to have this particular checkpoint triggered. And then you have to skip the next world checkpoint. You have to go around the trigger, which is difficult, but it's manageable with the right setup. I usually go for it, like, really quickly, but, so, like, my setup looks like this, and it works for me every time. As long as, you know, as long as I get it, as long as I don't fuck it up, it's 100%. And then the next thing you do is you use the bat to clip out of bounds, and then you go here to snipe the bat. And then, if you saw the colors changed. So, you see how Crash's color changes? These are different chunks. And basically, you want to snipe the bat into the world checkpoint as you reach this chunk. So, as long as you're in this chunk, when the bat gets sniped into the world checkpoint, you're good. Now, if you notice the body slam, so the body slam is to set up a warp. The game saves your coordinates of the last splash that you got, and when you drown, the game puts you to that location. But normally, in most instances, this does not really cause any issues, because normally you get a splash when you drown, but this manipulates it. And by the way, you can only do this in 50 hertz. This particular method can only be done in 50 hertz. You can't do it in 60 hertz. We tried. You basically go over to a ledge, which is right here, out of bounds, and then you slide and hold the slide button, and then it teleports you to the last coordinates of the splash, which puts you here. And then it puts you into the closest chunk that it can attach it to, which is that chunk right there. The chunk has to load, though, so on PS2 you have to pause in order for the game to not crash, basically, for both of these. Now on Xbox, and since I'm on an SSD, like, my loads are really fast, I can crash here, actually, if I go too fast, which is why I don't go too fast. And then it spawns you in here. And the reason why is because the Hub 4 chunk is really, really close. The Hub 4 chunk is really, really close to the Hub 2 lab and internal chunk. Yeah. Now hold on, I'm going to see if I can open this back up. I don't remember if I can. No, it's just gonna load infinitely. Oh, there we go. Go back in, go back in. There we go. Okay. And now what I'm gonna do here is I'm gonna kill Cortex so I can get the save warp. This is only possible on the NTSC version, the NTSC Xbox version. It's called a save warp, and you can also warp by oh, I need to reset the game. You can also warp by gaming over doing this. This, I believe it's similar mechanics to Cursed Warp, but it's slightly different. Because it triggers, you can re-trigger the checkpoint, and it's odd. I'm not sure how it works. I saw a warp on NTSC 1.0 of PS2, but, I don't think that really matters all that much. Ah, my sound broke. Hang on. I gotta fix it. Last time I set it to triple buffer, it started working. So yeah, that is, that's how that particular thing works. So you can't run like, oh no, you can run PAL. It's just that particular, that save warp needs, there we go. That particular save warp needs to be on NTSC for NTSC Xbox. Cursed Warp works on all versions, but you have to be running it in, the method that we use, you have to be running on 50 frames a second, which the Xbox version's region-free, so you can actually play it in 50 hertz with no issues. Basically, everything that I do is viable on, like, every version. It's just that some things require extra steps, like, the Cursed Warp itself does require pausing on PS2. And that also counts for emulator too, and OPL if you're running off of SSD. There's one Xbox ledge. Well, there's two Xbox ledges, but one massively impacts the strats you do, and the other one is just like incredibly minor. Both are used in the run, and they're very early on. Damn it. This is the only thing now that is really causing me trouble. That body slam is the only thing causing me trouble now. Everything else is fine. That jump is weird because you have to make sure you're not too high. I still don't know exactly what I need to do to make that body slam consistent. Yeah, there's minor differences between the versions, but it's like very little. Yo, James, what's up? So this body slam clip I have down now. I have a camera movement trick that, yeah, it costs me about half a second, but at the same time it makes the movement hyper consistent, and that's what I wanted. How often do I run the other categories? All levels I haven't ran in a while. No dimension skip I hate, so I just got the record and I dipped. Hundo, like, I mean, recently I haven't been doing much of it, but I do like Hundo. Got home from dinner. You can want to have glad it's Friday. No dimension skip is, like, worthless. There's no reason to have it. I don't like doing world record in dipping, but the reason why I got it for no dimension skip was so I had a reason other than like, oh, you just want to have all the records. Like, I got the record so specifically so people couldn't say, oh, you just want it gone because you don't have record in it. All levels I worked my ass off for, and then I just kind of like decided I really don't like this category anymore because I got really stuck trying to sub 1. So I just reached my goals and I dipped. See, that's not that bad anymore. That's not gonna work. No. How did you spawn so quickly? I still have yet to do everything all the way up to the final boss in just one try. But if I do that without super major mistakes, I'm probably going to PB like super hard. It's most likely gonna be, oh fuck, let's do runs. Yeah, let's do runs. Let's see how Nutskip treats me. I did do some, how do I always do that sideways jump near the wall pillars? Oh, you mean the long jump? So the long jump there, I mean, you have to do a slide jump to set up a long jump, and then you just, well, you long jump around them. You know if you got a long jump if crash does not turn while you are turning, basically. When you're doing a long jump, crash's facing angle does not change. Thanks for the good luck. You get a long jump by slide jumping and then walking off of a ledge and jumping. You have, like, usually between 3 and 5 frames. There's occasionally it's frame perfect, but it's rare. It's really rare that it's frame perfect. The only time it's frame perfect is when you have the state for fast falling, which I don't actually know how you trigger that. But there's a state you can get where it causes you to fast fall, and that's when long jumping is usually frame perfect. But, like, it's rare. Most of the time with long jumps you have 3 to 5 frames, which is like 0.1 seconds. Between like 0.07 and 0.1 seconds of leeway, which is, it doesn't sound like a lot, but it's actually pretty big in, like, speedrunning terms. And since since long jumping is like, this game doesn't, I'm glad that things have changed. Of course I have. Honestly, like, yes, it's way harder, but at the same time, it's like, it's exciting, number one, because mind you, Agony didn't have major changes in like 10 years. So they'd had some slight optimizations, but nothing big happened. So yes, I'm very glad. I actually really like the route. I think the route is awesome. I think the new route is awesome. And like, yes, it does annoy me how hard it is and how much of a struggle it is to get runs going, much more than before. But it's, for one, it's like I say, growing pains. Just because something comes out the oven doesn't mean it's ready. You gotta add the spice. It's gotta be more than cooked. You gotta figure out the ins and outs. Like, I mean, the reason why I was so consistent at everything else was because of the fact that, like, I was familiar with everything. I knew how to make all the tricks happen. And the thing was when I could basically, like, do it consistently because of the fact that I practiced a lot, and my knowledge of the game and everything basically just, like, worked in my favor to make it much easier for me to pull those things off, which a lot of people are kind of like, I don't talk about that necessarily a lot. Damn it, I missed life. Oh well. But, like, I did do a lot of stuff in the background to the point where, I didn't really need to practice Antagony all that much. In order to get... I don't need to practice Antagony that much, or at least I used to not be able to. Now I have to do a lot of practice, just because of the fact that everything's new. Once you kind of, like, get a feel for it, you can practice with runs. In a category as short as this, you can practice by doing runs if you're consistent enough at everything. Oh, Digimon? Tikimon's your favorite song? Huh. That's pretty rare, actually. That version of the skip, I call Bikimon skip. It was a change to a strat that hasn't changed in like 10 years. Beep, beep. Thank you. Clown boy. Oh, I messed it up. What the hell? I'm tired. I slept like 4 hours and didn't get to bed until 3 a.m. last night. Controller, please. I never said it wasn't popular. I was just surprised because most people don't say it's their favorite. Hello, Draco. Thanks for the incentive of going fast. Okay. I have that mastered now. You... what? This dude has worse aim than a fucking stormtrooper sometimes, I swear to fuck. Is anyone else actively running for the any percent world record? Nope. Nobody's been gunning for it since I got sub 1110. Like, I don't say that I dominate this game because I have a big ego. Which I don't. I have a big ego. Which is exactly what somebody with a big ego would say. I dominate this game because nobody has been able to challenge me since I started really taking records. I mean, that's partially due to the fact that, everybody that was considered top tier at the time was, is refusing to run on Xbox. Even the ones that could. So, I mean, it's basically just been me. With some help from Dio and Sustain, finding new stuff. Just some practice. Oh yeah, then learning standard route for 100% is not as bad as people think. It's actually fairly easy if you go for the easy strats. I'm surprised I didn't hit that trigger there. Yeah, you can pretty easily get 3 hours and even sub 2 on any console. That almost failed. Damn it. That's a little bit of time down the tube. It's fine though. Sub 1030 is still possible. %, is until you get it down to the hour mark, it's a big time commitment, yeah. Well, yo, Juan, what's up? So speedrunning is, yeah, speedrunning is just a time commitment. If you could commit the time and you have the patience to learn stuff, that's it. Like, I mean, I'm not saying, I mean, like, there was another game that I used to dominate heavily. And I mean heavily, like, it was to the point where I was considered a god of the game, and I would never be challenged. I eventually did get challenged, after I stopped running the game, way after I stopped running the game, and somebody did get better than me. And I mean, it's been 10 years, I'm still top 5 in terms of skill, and I have not ran consistently in 10 years. Just to kind of, like, put into perspective just how dominant I was. Put it on PS2, hold up. You tried, you can't figure it out. I can't help you. I don't know the ins and outs of doing PS1 games. Because I wanted to run PS1 games off of a hard drive and stuff, but I wasn't able to figure it out. I know it's possible, and it's probably not even that hard. It might just be me being dumb, but yeah, I can't help you. I apologize. Anything PS2 related I can help with, basically, but PS1 on PS2 I don't really know how to do most of it. Free MC boot. Or you can Mechapone. I think Mechapone and setting it to dev makes it work. I'm not really paying attention to the pace here. Okay, that's really bad movement. Jump, jump. I did lose a little bit of time. There we go. I don't like it when the camera does that, but it's fine. Oh, I lost time. Yeah, you could slide jump to the boat, but it's difficult because it could just not give you the transition. Fucking dude, land, please, thank you. I usually don't do the slide jump, or I wasn't doing the slide jump to the boat because I thought it wasn't worth it, but it saves like half a second or something. Good lab. Don't like that. So losing a second to running. Okay. No, I actually don't like it. Cortex, you fucking asshole. I knew the camera was gonna do that. Thanks for the good luck. I have a good camera trick for that now. You fucked, idiot. That was close. No, damn it. Who is tagging me while I'm doing runs? Alf, please. Oh. It doesn't say I'm streaming because I have streamer mode disabled. Because I had to check to see if somebody... Let me turn streamer mode back on. There. Now people know I'm streaming. That was most likely not a sub 1030, but... It was PB pace, that's for sure. So yeah, do you guys like how often I get into anti-agony? I do too, I don't know how. How much time save is in the final split? 15 seconds? Oh, wait, nice. Thanks for the good luck. Yeah, it's like 15 seconds now. Expect somewhere in the realm of like, if I don't mess up, expect to have like an 11 second time save, is what I would say. So like 10:26 should be fine. I have to really go for... Well, okay, so I will be fair with this. Why are you lagging? So, basically, being fair, I can be about 0.5 seconds ahead of PB going into hub 5, and then there's 14 seconds of time save in total. Or it could be 16. Actually, no, it's 15 seconds of time save. No, yeah, it's 15 seconds of time save overall for anti-agony if I don't go for optimizations. 17 if I go for an optimization that we haven't mastered yet. 18 if I go for an optimization I don't want to try. And then 23 if we add ball glitch. So in total, we could get a mid 10. We could get a mid 10-10. If in total we could get a mid 10-10, basically. If I go for TAS strats, that's not the one. If it's not the TAS strats that if it's not the TAS strats that can kill me, I could sub 10-10 almost. If I go for the 2 TAS strats that can kill me, that's an extra 10 seconds. If I went for everything, sub 10 would actually be plausible, possible, but not plausible. There's 2 TAS strats that I don't go for. There's a cycle skip in the colors room. Yeah, there's 2 human viable TAS strats, and they're both at the beginning. It's getting Giga Nut and then TAS Nut. Off of a 10-minute speedrun is crazy. Yeah, I know. This strat in particular saves 15. It saves 14 seconds. The Cortex route saves 14 to 16 seconds, depending on. It depends, because like if there is a checkpoint snipe that I don't go for because I'm not consistent at it yet. If you could get that checkpoint snipe, it saves another 2 seconds. And I'm not willing to go for that yet because it's like I'd rather master the route first, because right now I don't have a single attempt where I have gone from the start of Ant Agony all the way to the end without any major mistakes. I have not done that yet with this route, and that means that I'm not ready to go for like super optimizations. But if I get good enough at it, then I can add that strat, and then maybe if I feel comfortable enough, I might try to add the frame perfect trick at the end of the run. There's a frame perfect trick that saves like 4 seconds in the colors room in Antagony. I don't go for it because, like, you know, it's not a good idea to go for a frame perfect trick on a run that you rarely ever reach the end of, because like in a run that is reset heavy, you want to limit the amount of resets, because, well, basically if you could limit the amount of resets and then reach the end of the run more often, then it is more viable to go for tricks that are considered really hard. There's also a trick that I have not gotten, which is a, you could clip through the first door. That saves like 5 seconds. Or it's not the first door. You could clip through the second door in Antagony. Third door. Third door. It's the second puzzle door. You can clip through it with Cortex, but Cortex has a very high chance of dying. Like, extremely high, like somewhere in 98 to 99% chance of, like, just fucking dying. Ooh, that was fast as fuck. Crash Bandicoot. Cash Banuka. There we go. Dr. Nefarious. Ooh. Okay. No! Why did I choke? Damn it, I choked that. That sucks. What's my, Ooh, my best split time is almost sub 1:13 for that split. I'm supposed to be able to save another second off of that split. Oh, come on, you bitch. Don't do this to me right now. Come on. Come on. Come on. How many times do I have to do this before you start working? There you go. So I've made it to Anti-Agony. That's like my 10th run. So you think world record is very likely today? Oh yeah. Depends on Nut Jail. I'm getting decent at Hub 2 now. Hub 2 is finally starting to kind of click. So PB is very likely today. Damn you. Oh. I think we are going to see PB today. I'm starting to get consistent enough at everything to where I don't have to worry about if I'm gonna make it into Anti-Agony or not. It's more so just a worry of, okay, when do I get past the Cortex route? Because basically, past the Cortex route, I just kind of have to... I just have to haul until it... Until it's final boss time, essentially. Damn it. This is basically like the point where I'm used to the route enough to where it just feels natural. He's gonna turn that way. Yep. I don't know how I did that, but whatever. Uh-oh. That might not be good. That was fine, actually. I did lose a little bit of time, though. Fuck. What did you turn the other way for? I must have been like one angle off of turning to the left, so the game turned me to the right and it fucked me up. My strats there are so... The purple... What do you mean the purple wire? It's not the purple wire. I don't know where you're getting that from. It was because I was turning the wrong way. Or Crash turned the wrong way. Because I was holding the wrong direction. Because the way Crash's turning works is very different from what you would think. You would think he turns in the direction you're holding. He turns into a direction close to what you're holding. And so, basically, sometimes if you do the wrong inputs, he will turn the other way rather than the way that you're supposed to turn. When I got stuck on it... I mean, I failed landing on it. It had nothing to do with the purple wire. So I lost time. Nut. Grab the nut. Grab the nut. That can happen. Very hurting for him. No, it's not Crash obeying. It's the way the game's mechanics work. It's literally like defined in the coding of each surface. There is a thing. Any runs? I had a run that was ahead of PB going into Hub 4, which was insane. That was a potential 1022 pace. Or even a 1021 pace. Okay. I need to know why the hell the controller's doing this shit, because, like, I have noticed that this controller's been having problems for a while now, and it's not making me very happy. About 1.5 seconds, not that big of a deal. It's only a big 2.5 seconds, 4.5, no. If like honestly, if I were on a run like that, I would go for the box snipe, because if I were on a run that's basically like, if I were on a run that had no mistakes going up to that point, I would go for the checkpoint snipe, and if I got the checkpoint snipe, then we would be almost on sub 1020 pace. But that's also assuming I get on that pace. Getting onto that pace is not easy. It's really, really, really hard. No, I lost about 0.3 seconds there, but 1.3, 2.3, 3.3. Watch this not work. Okay. The first life actually does not really cost much time at all. I can even see a world where it costs 0.3 seconds. Anything before AA? Not much. It's about the same as before, though. But since I'm not doing practice attempts, I'm doing actual attempts. I'm being a lot stricter with my time loss, especially in Hub 1. A lot of Hub 1 time loss is basically like, I don't want to be tilted when I'm actually on a run. So I could actually, like, not care and lose, like, 6 seconds. Or lose time like that. That's about 1.5. That's fine. That's not gonna work. It worked. Interesting. $127 villagers are not that bad. See how much time I lost from that. I'm surprised I got that. Very surprised, actually. There you go. Let's see. Oof. Another 2 seconds-ish. More. It's still sub 10:30 pace. Assuming I get everything right. Fuck, dude. The camera bumped me. Yo, TLBG. Today's the only day I can do it. But I don't know when yet. I'll let you know later. Are you kidding me, dude? You know, you could just message me on Discord. You don't have to come up into my chat. I check my Discord messages. Can't be tomorrow, can't be Sunday. I have way too much shit to do this weekend. Come on. Damn. How the run's going? Not that bad, actually. I'm just tired right now. I'm very exhausted because I didn't sleep well. Deny Meister, that is a hell of a name. Thanks for the good luck. I lost time. Oof. I'm losing like 3 seconds. It'll be a 128. Oh, it was a 127. Interesting. There we go. That's pretty good movement. We can... What PB? First of all, I want a sub 1030. That's step 1. Step 2 is get a decent run. And then step 3, sub 1020. Oh no, don't sneeze right now. It's like the worst time in the... This is... okay. Whew. Cool. There we go. Good warp skip. Sub 10, probably not. I'd have to go for TAS strats. Here we go. There's like 11 seconds of TAS time save. Yeah, there's more actually. Okay, good. That's one problematic point. Okay. Okay. Why are you going over there? No. Oh, come on, dude. What? I missed? Cool. Why do I keep getting fucking friend requests? It's the second one today. That is a good way of getting your ass blocked. Well, I don't know who you are. It's the first time you see a skip using Cortex. Well, yeah, because I mean the route has never been viable. Sir. Neat. Okay, and the nut's over here. Go to sleep, take it easy. Thanks for the good luck. Sir. Not much, dude. I'm just tired. My dad's tire blew up and I had to go get him. And then, I had a spare. And he got it off the... He got the blown up tire off of the car, and then he gave me 20 bucks to get breakfast, so I got breakfast. I'm trying to see if... Well, I mean, obviously... So, I've made it to Anti-Agony like 5 times, actually, today. One time I actually made it to Hub 4 ahead of PB, which is kind of insane. It's not impossible, it's just very difficult to get a run that's ahead of PB entering Hub 4. Because I have to get the new, the other new strat, first try, and I need to do it fast. That's about 0.5, not that bad. Do I need the lives? Yes, I do. The optimal route has to grab both of those lives. Right now, with how I'm doing it, I don't actually need to grab the second life. I only need to grab the first life, and I can grab the second life in Anti-Agony, but the fastest route can't grab that life, so I'm doing that now. Because eventually that fastest route is going to be the route that I'm going to use. It only costs about, like, 1.5 seconds. It's... the time lost, or the time sacrifice is not as much as you would think. I'm surprised I got that, by the way. This is fast, actually. Why was the camera turned too far to the left? I mean, the fact that, like... The fact that, like, I'm doing, what's it called, you know what? Hang on, let me double check this. The no body slam? Yeah, I know, right? What's going on with warp skip? I got used to not having the cursed warp camera. Basically what's going on. I'm gonna set it to frame lock instead. See if frame lock will change it up a bit. I think it gives me more input lag, but I don't know. Because for those of you who don't know, when you do cursed warp, the camera moves faster. For whatever reason. And it has something to do with one particular thing. Going through one particular part of the chunk actually makes the camera move even faster. And then if it moves too fast, then the game will crash. It'll stop loading any chunk and it'll crash. And because I've been practicing on save files and not during the actual run, since I've been needing to practice the actual thing, the game crashes. If there were a way to load into a Bandicoot Pursuit chunk for practice, I'd probably do that over practicing warp skip that way. Then I could just practice warp skip using Cursed Splash, since Cursed Splash is really not that hard to do. Honestly, that's the easiest part of the run. Which is ironic because it's one of the hardest parts to learn, but it is the easiest part in the whole run. See, like, this is extremely good. Look at this movement. Okay, that was a bit of a mistake, but look at that. Wow. Holy fuck. Holy fuck, I made it at 43 flat. That's insane. That's insanely fast. How's the route progress? Pretty good, actually. I'm about to get my fastest hub 1 time with the new route. Sub 125? Holy fuck, dude. I almost missed that. Yo, Pete. You missed the most insane hub 1. Deal. I usually get 27 nut though. Between 27 and low 28. I lost about a second. If I get this... There is no way I was getting it. Sub 120 pace? No, it was not. It was very close, though. It was not sub 1020 pace. Dude, why do I keep messing that up? This is sub 1030 pace. Just barely. There we go. What the fuck is all this new shit? Some of this isn't actually that new. That's a second. Here we go. Oh fuck. My heart is racing right now. Okay, I gotta go fast here. Come on. Just gotta make sure that I can... There we go. Okay, good. Ah, damn it. 713 making it there. Hang on a second. 713 making it to that checkpoint. I need to see what my PB was. I need to know what that, I need to know what that pace was. What? I was a second ahead of record? Why was I a second ahead of record? Or like 2 seconds ahead of record? Where did I lose that much time? Huh. I'm not sure where I lost, or where I lost, like, over 10 seconds. Or 5 seconds during the route. Still, I'm not sure why I was that far behind. I'm not sure where all the time loss was there. I'm really not sure where all the time loss was. I'm trying to think where I lost all that time. I can understand if I lost it immediately after the death abuse, but like, well, I guess I did jump and I lost another second there, and I lost a second there, and I usually like lose about 0.75 there. Okay, maybe it does make sense, but only maybe. I don't know, the more I think about it, he spent like an extra second at the twin split lining up. Oh, yeah, that's right. That time loss I forgot about, because I keep fucking messing that part up. That was more than a second. That was probably like somewhere in the realm of like 2 to 3. That makes a lot of sense. The checkpoint snipe as well. I did spend a little bit of time doing that, and I needed to jump, which lost me another second or so. Now the time loss makes sense. I think so. Maybe that was a different attempt. I'm not sure. I don't remember at this point. They're kind of blending together. The jump over the force field wall? Are you sure that lost time? I don't think that lost as much as you would think. Dude, I had a good attempt and you do this shit, really? Carl Jobs gonna cover The goat? Crash Bandicoot? Never? He doesn't even care. He's a YouTuber, he cares about getting viewers. Crash Bandicoot doesn't bring in the views. Oh, that. You're right. Wait, what? Hang on. How much time did that lose? Yeah, he's got to make another video about a cheater or about Billy Mitchell or something like that. Not like some random video game franchise that his viewers don't give a shit about. That's just being a YouTuber. I have questioned his motives about a lot of the stuff that he does. I don't trust what he does. That everything that he does is in good intentions, but at the same time with Billy Mitchell it does make sense. But also at the same time, the dude doesn't have a good past. It's not like he did anything really bad, but he was kind of an asshole. A scummy asshole. And some of the stuff that he did. I mean, someone that I know at least somewhat cares is Easyscape, and still, like, he's a YouTuber, he's still, I mean, man's gotta make he's gotta make a living, he's gotta make a paycheck. Yeah, that too. There's another guy, an Irish guy that I think he's Irish anyways. That covers a lot of speedrunning stuff, and I really like his content. I can't remember his name. I remember he covered something at the same time that Carl Jobst did. I think they worked together, but I just don't remember. It was not a 1.5 seconds, Scythe. I don't know where you're getting your time calculations from. That was like 0.5. It was not a second. Like, I'll tell you what to look for, but I would not say try to calculate things if you're not familiar with a lot of the awkward movement of this. You can't easily get it better. My fastest time getting out was at 43 flat. My goal is 43.5, and anything past that is time loss. And the reason why is because I used to use 42.5 as my base. Cool. I lost about a second. Carl Jobst was... he is one of the OG speedrunners. Like, he was around since the early days. Like, early days. A lot of people, you referring to AA, you probably should have specified. We moved on, man. So, do keep those notes so that way we can discuss like the actual time save of the route and stuff. But yeah. Like, when I say OG, a lot of people nowadays think like OG is 2015, and that's not true. 2015 is when speedrunning became mainstream, or like well known. 2015 was around the time when it became well known because that's when GDQ got really big. No, speedrunning has been around since the late 90s and early 2000s. The early 2000s is when a lot of what we understand as speedrunning, like mid to late 2000s, where we could see modern speedrunning, essentially. Because back before those times, it was mostly competition, or considered like time attack, where basically you would have ILs of Doom with Doom WODs, which is where speedrun was the 90s. I think it was the early 2000s. But essentially, like, the beginnings of speedrunning were time attack and competition, which would go onto websites like Cyberscore and stuff, and of course the creation of Speed Demos Archive to share WODs of Doom and Quake, and then oh geez, this is fast. And then, like, in the early 2000s is where you see a lot of the modern, like, time attack stuff. So you would have, and it was more than just that too. And that was based off of the stuff from like Twin Galaxies, because Twin Galaxies at one point they made the basis for competitive gaming. Or competitive single-player gaming. A lot of the stuff for, like, leaderboards were based off of Twin Galaxies. But then, in the mid to late 2000s, people started doing full-game speedrunning. Or at least that's when people were doing a lot of it, because that was when it was easier to, like, record full games and all that stuff. And, you basically had the creation of streaming in the early 2010s, which would be, you know, Twitch, Justin TV, Ustream. Doom was the, well, yeah, Doom is the reason why speedrunning exists. I started following speedrunning in 2006, when we had a site called High Speed Halo, and I followed Halo speedrunning intimately, and also, I watched a lot of competition of the Sonic Center, so I was watching a lot of Sonic ILs, and then, I got into speedrunning in October of 2010. And still, by that time, you mostly only needed, like, screenshot proof. Duke Nukem 3D, yeah. Basically, in the early 2010s is where the modern speedrunning community started to emerge on Skype. We didn't have Discord back then. I started around when people were starting to use Skype instead of MSN and IRC, and then oh damn, holy fuck, that would have been a sub 43. See, that I didn't know. GDQ started to gain traction in 2013. I knew about it in 2014. And, well, GDQ boomed in 2015. I think it was AGDQ of 2015 is when it boomed. And basically at that point, a lot of... Discord was also a thing, so it double boomed and created the modern speedrunning community. Now it's not unheard of for people to, like, just start running a game. Just like a random person just starts speedrunning. But back then, in like the early 2010s, a lot of people, like, nobody knew what speedrunning was. If you said that you were a speedrunner, people would be like, what the fuck is that? I'm not talking like normies, I'm talking about like people on the internet. Most people would not know what speedrunning was. Nowadays, you could say, I'm a speedrunner. Oh, what games do you speedrun? And then if you don't say Mario, they'd be like, oh, okay. And then cheekily ask, hey, do you have any records? And then I'm just kind of sitting there like, well... Oh, that was awesome. That was an insane backup. Holy fuck. I can't believe I actually made it up there. Do you do the 106%? What does that mean? There's no 106%. It's just 100%. I started out as a Sonic speedrunner, technically. I was doing, like, speedrunning stuff for Halo 3 ODST in 2009, but, it was not anything I could submit to leaderboards. But I was discovering glitches and strats back then, too. Brain fart, Hundo. Yeah, yeah, Twins says 100%. I do 100%. It's just that I've been working on any percent. I'm actually a 100% runner, not an any percent runner, which I know is kind of weird to think about because, like, I have any percent is where I'm most dominant, but I am a 100% runner by trade. Most games that I run, I do completionist categories, if possible. I do Twinsanity% so much just because Twinsanity% is, like, in fairly easy category to, like, just pick up and run. And at the same time, it's like... It's only 10 minutes. Like, resets don't take very long and all that other stuff. Oh, wait, you meant specifically me? Yeah, I have the record in 100%. I mean, I have the record in every category, but still. Come on. The nut's being a bitch right now. Ouch. Yeah, I'm... Sustain should be coming back to doing runs since his military service is done. But he and I would be the only active runners. Dio would probably run if he had an Xbox that worked. Still waiting on the sub 10. Is today the day? It could be the day. Stuck in nut jail right now, but it could be the day. Damn it. I've gotten into Antagony a lot today. But yeah, today could be the day. It's really hard to say. Damn, almost. Oh, come on, dude. It's not that unhinged to get into. Yeah, actually, believe it or not, I would say, like, if you did an easier version of, Cortex Antagony, really? It's not even that bad. Like, I'm not gonna lie, any percent is not that bad. It's not as bad as people say it is. Though, the current Cortex route that is being used, I would say yes, this is actually incredibly hard. Consistent, but also incredibly hard. But, once I actually get a run in, I'm gonna make a proper tutorial. Because by then I'll have, like, most of the strats to, like, basically, like, so people can use the tricks to be able to do the runs, but I'll also make a beginner-friendly Cortex route, because the thing about the beginner-friendly Cortex route is... that, like, the game doesn't crash if you die, which makes the route very, very, very good for newcomers. So is Xbox the way to go? Yes. It does matter for, it does matter if you're trying to go for, like, a top run. If you're just doing, if you're like, hey, I want to get into this, this looks fun, it doesn't really matter all that much. But I would still recommend you play on a European console. On Xbox, you could use any version on a European console as long as you're running it at 50 hertz. But no, you can do almost everything on any version of the game. It just depends on what frame rate it's running at. You would have a much harder time doing any percent if you're playing on 60 FPS. It's better to play in 50. Now, if we get like an open goal for Twinsanity and we can start playing on PC, I would just say, like, as long as the physics are tied to 50 FPS, then, like, probably we're just gonna do open goal. I'm not even gonna lie, like, it's just better to basically play that way. But yes, if you're thinking about going into runs, just play PS2 emulator. Play it on emulator, you'll be fine. Because you can submit runs on PS2 emulator. You can't on Xbox emulator. That shit's way too inaccurate. But you can on PCSX2 as long as it's version 1.7 or higher. You also do have to abide by the setup rules. There's, I believe there is a tutorial on getting the settings set up for runs, on the leaderboards. Or if you want to just run on PS2, that's fine. But if you have an NTSC PS2, I recommend just playing the European version on emulator. But if you're looking to get the fastest times, Xbox is recommended, but for 100% standard route, all levels, and any percent no dimension skip, those three can still, the record for those categories can still be beaten on PS2. But again, it's more recommended to play on Xbox because Xbox has Xbox ledges, and those ledges make the run easier, gives you less resets, and overall faster. But this really doesn't change that much outside of loading times. And I would not recommend playing on 360. 360 sucks ass. Well, you could do 360 on any percent. Okay, I wasn't holding run, but alright, game. 360 has, like, really bad performance dips. But I don't recall any that happen anywhere where you're doing any percent. Same with PS3, I heard that there's performance dips, but again, with 80%, it shouldn't matter. There we go. Oh, come on, dude. Fine. I was ready to reset right then and there. Lost about 3 seconds. Wow. I've never had that happen before. Hub 1 just wants to grab me by the nutsack right now. What we need is just a very in-depth and comprehensive video explaining the version differences and the frame rate differences. Thank you. Especially since it's only 10 minutes. Do be warned that any percent is fairly tough to learn, though there's tutorials out there that'll help you. But just be warned, it is fairly tough. Damn it! I want to try to make this so that way I don't have to, like, care, and I always get the time save. I think I'm just gonna try using camera and then slide jump ASAP and see. ASAP, ASAP. Yeah, it could take you several weeks to learn this route. And I would say probably for... I wouldn't do the exact Cortex route. I would definitely wait until we come up with a beginner route for Cortex, or with Cortex, because that's going to be the way that's going to make people be able to finish the route, I think. Damn it! There's something wrong with the stick. I've noticed it for a little while now. Really? I don't know why it bounces like that. It doesn't make sense. It's gonna go that way. Come on. I haven't gotten out of Hub 1 in like 20 resets. That's very annoying. Hub 1, Hub 2... I mean, you can always just do all levels. All levels is fairly easy to do. Dude, what is wrong with this everything? The nut just doesn't want to work. Ultimately, the nut is what... Hub 1 is pretty much what dictates if I get a run. Hub 2 is easier by a long shot. Because Hub 1 has so many factors that are just under your... not... they're out of your control. Completely out of your control. That's the problem with Hub 1, is that there's many factors that are just out of your control. Like, the thing with that nut is that, like, right then and there was a face that for some reason Crash can't touch, so it just pushes him out, pushes him away, and then I had no way of grabbing the nut unless I caught it in like 3 frames, which you can't react to something like that quickly. Like, that's just one of the issues with the nut. There's more issues. The nut is really, really fucking just... it's specific. It's very specific. There we go. Low 43. Good. Please. And that's a 1 in 3. I lost 2 seconds. You lose a second every time you fail that jump. That is not... that is an Xbox ledge that I failed. You're not going to land there on PS2. You can, but I wouldn't recommend it. Oh. Okay, that's what happens if you just hold it the whole time. That's like a 1.5 seconds lost. It's 1 in 500. It's 1 in something. But you're not gonna land on it. Do I have world record? I do. No. No. You shouldn't say unless God decides. Something that uncommon is like, you're just not going to get it. And if you get it, you will lose that run. I failed. Something that rare is you're not going to get it. And even if you do get it, the odds that you are going to get the rest of the run are so unimaginably low that you're not going to get a run. And honestly, if I see a person running PS2 and has that in their run, I'm going to just straight up say, you fucking cheated. I will straight up say, like, I mean, if it's an IL or something, maybe, but if it's like a full run that you completed everything in any percent with that, and it's a good run, I'm gonna straight up say you fucking cheated. Like, I'm sorry, but it's so unlikely to happen that I will call bullshit on it immediately if I see it. Unless you're on Xbox. If you're on Xbox, it's fine. If you're on PS2, I will call you fucking cheater. The odds are astronomical. Gotcha gamers think otherwise. Gotcha gamers only think of RNG. That is not RNG. It's statistics and probability. RNG, while technically it is probability, it's not. Like, it's different. Especially because gotcha RNG changes based on pity. This does not do that. What am I talking about? I am talking about an Xbox ledge. And since somebody was thinking of getting into running any percent and asking about Xbox, there is an Xbox ledge that is so, like, it can be landed on PS2, but it's so rare that if I see that you got a run where you did it and then finished a good run with it, with that ledge on PS2, you're most likely cheating. The odds of you not cheating at that point are astronomically high. The odds of you finishing a run like that on PS2 are astronomically low. And it is a very good chance that you're cheating. There's ways that we could probably tell that I would rather not talk about. Because in the case that we ever have somebody that wants to cheat, I don't want them having the information out. Not that I necessarily haven't talked about it before, but I don't want anybody to link it. Where's that ledge? I'll point it out when I get to it. But the odds of landing on it are astronomically low. It could be like 1 in 100, it could be 1 in 500, it could be 1 in 1000. I've landed on it maybe once on PS2. On Xbox, it's a 1 in 3. And there are times where you will land on it every time. But then immediately after that, you have a body slam, which has like a 20% chance of failing, maybe less than 20. Then you have another body slam, which has like a 5% chance of failing. So like, and then you have a whole bunch of other things that are like, just statistically impossible. So that ledge right there that I just landed on, and you see you fixed it. Can you hit a 1050? Yeah, you can hit a 1050 on PS2. For the PS2 PB to be beaten with the new strats, of course. Right now, the fastest PS2 run is like an 1140. Noah's run was not as good as people say it is. It was actually not that great. Random super slide? Not random. And I wouldn't consider that a super slide. It's a different mechanic from what we've traditionally considered super slides. I call it a proxy slide. It's not random. You just clip into geometry and you jump and the game pushes you. Whereas on PS2, what we consider a super slide is during a lag spike, you get a burst of speed in your slide during a lag spike, which could also mean during a chunk load. I have never encountered a lag-based super slide on PS or on Xbox. I have on PS2, but not on Xbox. Yeah, I would say that most likely somewhere in the realm. Can you have super slides on 360? I don't know. It's possible. I don't remember. I used to run on 360. But on OG Xbox, I've never encountered any. Even on disc. There are things that we need to start defining in Twins more, or like create better definitions of, because I don't think that, like... So, basically, if they are considered the same mechanic, like, let's say the lag causes you to glitch into the geometry and you do that, then, yeah, we could consider it a super slide, and then, like, one is lag-based and the other one is just clip-based. Ooh, this is fast. This is... Whoa. .360 does have a lot of lag, so it might make sense, but I don't know how much of it is emulated, or like caused by the emulator, and how much of it is the engine itself. Land, please! Holy fuck. That's 2 seconds of time loss. Damn you. Like, see, my question at that point is it caused by lag, or is it caused by you clipping into geometry? Because we could basically classify them as the exact same thing. The only reason why I classify them differently is because you can also get super, like, jumps during lag spikes, which, like, to my knowledge is essentially like I consider that a proxy because of just how things are named in the community. But it is also possible that they are both the same thing, just one is caused by lag and the other one is just caused by not having lag. You're just at the wrong place at the right time. It normally happens when loading chunks. Then it would be classified under Super Slide. What I got was, or maybe that is happening during the chunk loading. I don't know, now that I'm thinking about it, but it can't be lag-based because I don't see lag happening there. Lag does happen in that chunk, but I don't physically see it. I'm not very good at picking it up, though, so I could be full of shit, too. This is good movement. There we go. Slow, but movement was good. But yeah, doing both of those things, which those two tricks are actually the reason why Hub 1 is so inconsistent. The fact that, like, you have to do a trick which has a 1 in 3 chance of happening, and then another one which also has just a chance of failing. It's not entirely random, but it is, random enough. Like, if I were to do the second body slam slowly, I would get it every time, or very close to. Or the body slam, doing the body slam, like, I could technically do that consistently, but it's like... The odds... they are not in your favor. They are stacked very heavily against you. Especially with the amount of just random bullshit that can happen with the nut. Like, right there, the nut just did not have a lot of speed, so I couldn't move it where it was supposed to be. Then the slide gave me too much speed, and the nut just said no. That's like one of the really, really annoying things that can happen during runs. Or that. Random fucking nut bounce that cost me half a second, and then just one angle off, so I die. The fact that Kevin was right in front of me was about 0.3. That was also about probably 0.3. Hello. Okay. I don't know why that was the wrong angle, but... I do not like Hub 1. It's the hardest part of getting a run going. Because even if you like say, okay, I'll accept the time loss, sometimes the game just does not let you go anyways. Like right there, the game was just like saying, oh no. Bitch, you thought. That was perfect. Getting to the life wasn't, but everything else kind of was. Here we go. Okay. Lost about 3 seconds. Fine. Finally making it into Hub 2. Here we go. Okay. I lost about a second. It's fine. Damn it! Why did you miss that? Come on, dude. Ooh. That was almost. That was almost the best seg, by the way. Ooh. You're going fast. Ah, fuck. Hate it when I throw Cortex into the water. The movement is annoying. Yep. I can't PB now, I don't think. Nope. That's why I don't like throwing him in the water. I have to throw him into the weird collision. Weird collision doesn't like working. Really? Mod's asleep. I need to pause anymore when entering some areas? No, that's because I'm on Xbox. You have to pause on PS2. Well, if you're on disc on Xbox, you still do have to do a little bit of pausing. It's fine. There we go. Also, welcome to the stream. Whoa. Sub 127, that's good. Sub 126, hello? I thought I was gonna hit that. Nope. Good hub too. There we go. Almost failed that. Ooh. No, what the hell? You should have fucking stopped doing that. Holy shit, I thought I fixed that. Dude, no. I thought I fixed those dead zones, and now it's happening again. Lost like 6 seconds to that. Fine. Very good. Okay. I know that was starting to look promising. That's why I'm kind of pissed. There we go.
Victor and Moritz's stronghold of evil. This is where we wrong the rights and sweep the past under the rug.
Fuck you. No! Why did... What? Nah, fuck you. That was so dumb. Why did my fucking... Oh. Let me see how far ahead I was at that particular moment. Ooh. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I was about 5 to 6 seconds ahead of PB at that point. It died because my A button double pressed. That's what happened. And that was me being like... That was me losing 5 seconds as well. Like...
Surprised to see me, Crash. Like the fleas in your fur, I keep coming back. 3 years I spent alone in the frozen Antarctic wastes. And I missed you. So I've organized a little gathering, like a birthday party, except the exact opposite.
Ugh. Ah, come on! The nut just decided to say, fuck you!
The check bounced? Are you sure? Well, the past few years have kind of been slow. Wrath Cortex didn't do as well as we hoped, and... Fish? Ah.
I don't get what was so funny. What the fuck? I'm about to, like, reset these dead zones. Like, update everything, because, like, this is getting ridiculous. That I can't control crash. And I'm supposed to be able to control crash. Or I might switch over to the... You know what? We're switching over to the European version. The only thing I don't like about the European version is that, well, the dead zones are slightly different. And you know what? I actually never tried the other controller on the European version. Let's do that real quick. Because the dead zones are slightly different. In before the loads are faster on this version. Nope. This controller just sucks for Twins. Which is a bit of a shame. I usually play on the NTSC version, but it doesn't really matter what version I play on. New controller, yeah, the one that I got ages ago. The games are... I am getting the first part faster. The nut complies more on this version for some reason. Aw, damn. But the ledge and the body slam don't comply as much. Damn. Yeah, Athena got excited because my dad came home. Okay. Her name is Athena, like the Greek goddess, yes. Well, my grandmother's name was named after a Norse god. And my dad just asked me, does Athena sound okay? And I'm like, sure, dog. She's kind of a bitch. Pun intended. Pun not intended, but I'm about to go tell her to stop because she's getting annoying. Figured out the new route. I don't know if I would say I'm amazing, just experienced. I mean, I had help too. Oh, damn it. There we go. This is a possible sub 125 too. Whoa, oh, okay. I don't expect to fail that now. I wouldn't be surprised if, I wouldn't be surprised if, like, PAL actually saves time. Somehow. Okay. Like, if there's less lag or something, it would be interesting. I wouldn't be surprised because, like, I'm getting faster times now on this version than on the other version, which doesn't make a lot of sense. And the only reason why I do one over the other is generally because the camera moves faster on NTSC, and Like, you have to do, Hundo 100% cursed route on NTSC because of the credits. The angles are slightly different between versions, and performance is slightly different. Collision is calculated slightly differently too. Like, playing on PAL 60 is odd. The collision doesn't feel like it's doing it. Focus on this one or Cortexless. What's your goal? If you think that you want to finish more runs, go for this route. Because, while I wouldn't recommend doing this the route exactly the way I do it, there's easier strats, and you can basically, like, add lives, so that way you can, you know, finish runs. If your goal is to basically get better and finish runs, I would do Cortex route, but with an easier one. Like an easier version of the Cortex route. And with the easier route, yes, you will lose time. It is slower than Cortexless. But, it's slower than Cortexless, but it's also probably better. Because deaths do not crash the game anymore. So you could essentially, like, if you die, you can continue the run if you have enough lives. And there's so many lives you can grab. There's like 4 lives. There's 4 extra lives you can grab. I think it's 4. 3 lives plus Wampa. Yeah, I think it's 4. 4 lives, like, you will essentially be able to do that. Your goal is to get a decent time on the leaderboards? Then yeah, I would go for it. I would learn the route, because, I mean, if you're not doing wrong the rights cutscene skip, you could get 15 easy. Trust me. 4 minutes is not that bad. Like, you could get 15. You could get 16, 15 easy. That skip is being a pain in the ass. You understand any percent is easier to complete runs? It's not. I don't know who told you that. I would say any percent is harder to complete runs than Hundo. Unless you're really good, then it's true. But for the average Joe, you will more often than not finish a 100% run. Probably, like, in the realm of, like, you'd probably finish 5 times as many runs in Hundo as you would with any percent. Unless you do easier strats. If you do easier strats, then you're correct. 100% is more enjoyable to watch when a run goes well. But I mean, that's the thing, is that, like, with any percent, and I understand this as a Twitch viewer myself, like, a lot of times you're not really watching the run. You're just basically like, you have it in another tab and you're listening for when somebody's on a run, and then once they're on a run, you just pop in and you're like, oh shit, is this it? And then if it's not it, you just go back to doing whatever. I understand that because, like, hey, look, I'm also a Twitch viewer. I understand that. Getting on top of Cortex's head when you throw him at the purple vanishing platform, that is not something that I would recommend. I would recommend doing the twin jump. I think the twin jump is far easier. The twin jump and then death abusing to bring him with you. Now, the ant fight skip I actually would say is worth doing. But doing, again, doing that at the same speed that I do it is not worth going for, because it's incredibly hard. I mean, for me, I will tell you it's easy, but, like, with the amount of shit that I already do in this game, it's like, well, yeah, of course I'm gonna find something that's precise easy if I could do it every time. That doesn't mean that I'm not, like, really, because at that point I am trying really hard to make sure that I finish runs once I'm there, and that's, like, a point that I'm always thinking, like, I can choke here if I'm not careful. There are things that can go wrong with ant fight skip. More of an assumption? No, just because it's a 10-minute route doesn't mean it gets completed more often. The 80% route is very, very, very difficult to execute. Well, the current one is. Thinking of uploading a tutorial? Yeah, once I get a run with it. The reason why is not necessarily for, like, gatekeeping purposes. En búsqueda del gancito. Joder. Buenas fantasma. It's because I don't want to upload a tutorial when I don't know all of the ins and outs of the route. Like, even though I'm like, gracias por el saludo. Y buen día. Basically, if I don't know the tricks, I don't think it's fair, because if I make a tutorial and it's like, oh, well, this is far easier than before I made the tutorial, it's like, oh, well, now I have to remake the tutorial. There we go. Alright. We're in hub 4. Good. Okay. Good. Okay. That was some unfortunate time loss. No, damn it. That's even worse. Cualquier porcentaje. Eso me hace gracia. Sí, creo que sí. Espera, tengo que concentrarme. No way that didn't fucking work. Are you serious, dude? You're gonna tell me that that's harder on this version. Claro que sí, es que 100%, técnicamente soy runner de 100%, pero me gusta runear any percent. Pues es que es una categoría muy corta. Es fácil hacerla. Depends on what you define as new strat. I mean, I do have the record for every category. It does make sense that I'd at least hope I would be decent at the game. Grab the nut! Pero es que me encanta ronear 100%, por lo menos. Es que obviamente tengo mis metas en esta categoría y obviamente no hay otros runners. Pues sí, hay sustain, pero pero sí, ahora mismo que quiero lograr el sub de 10 minutos y 20 segundos. La nuez, exacto. No, you fucking bitch. Really? I swear, Crash can fucking slide when he can walk at the length of his dick, but sometimes he just can't. Pretty new to the... You've never seen anyone have Cortex in Antagony? Very new. I mean, the route itself is not entirely new, but we had some new strats in it that make it faster. Saves about 14 seconds. But we have to collect lives now, so we lose like somewhere in the realm of a second to a second and a half. Because bringing Cortex requires death abuses. There's also another new strat in Hub 2, but I mean, like, some of this stuff is like 2 weeks old now-ish. And of course, no runs have ever been completed with these strats. I'm basically the only runner on the new time. Thanks. I PB'd by like 0.5 on a run that I thought was dead. Ooh, that's slow. No! Ugh, come on, dude. You're kidding me. Yeah, so in the grand scheme of things, it is new, but, hang on. That's actually kind of fast. Oh! What type of music do I listen to? Mostly older metal like Dio. And hard classic rock like AC/DC, Def Leppard. Dude, really? Why didn't you fucking throw Cortex, you stupid bitch? Oh! Wait, I want to see what time did I get there? What does that even mean, dude? Getting that new strat in Hub 2 is hard. But I mean, if I could get it right, like basically this is what would go down. What would go down is I would essentially what I would do is if I get a good Hub 1 and Hub 2, I'll be -1. I am from the US. I am trilingual, but I'm from the US. I swear, if you're another one of those people that thinks I'm from Belgium, you got another thing coming. I've had 2 people think I was from Belgium. One person was actually from my state. And I was like, what the fuck do you mean I'm from Belgium? I don't sound like I'm from Belgium. Am I winnering? No. I got close. Like twice. This is why I didn't want to move to the European version. If I can actually get this down to like where I'm subbing 125 consistently, that's insane. Because that means that grabbing those 2 lives Cross? Nah. I had 2 people think I was from Belgium, though. Both of them were 10 years apart, by the way. One time was in 2014. The dude was like, "Are you from Belgium?" And I'm like, "What?" And then, like, a couple months ago, dude from my state was like, "Are you Belgian?" And I'm like, "No." No, I'm American. I may be one of those rare Americans that can speak more than one language, but I am American. Though I wouldn't say I'm fluent in either of them. I can speak Spanish and I can speak Japanese. But, my Spanish is from, Spain. See, like, if you heard me speak Spanish, you would question it because, or if you were a Spanish speaker and hear me speak Spanish, you would be very confused because I use the Spain accent, but it's, I mean, so people are kind of like, wait, hang on a second, where are you from again? And then, also, because I don't sound American when I speak either of those languages. When I speak Japanese or Spanish, I only sound American when I speak English. And then some people thought I sound really posh for some reason, probably because, like, I have a tendency to overpronounce my vowels, which is not super common with Americans. Or at least, I mean, when most people think of American accents, most people think of the southern accents where they sound like this and they don't really say their vowels or their consonants correctly. I thought it was from Spanish descent. I am not. I am the only. I'm, as far as actually no, I'm not the only Spanish speaker in my family. I found out last year that I have a cousin who moved to, I think, Malaga, and she has a husband and they have kids there, and I'm assuming at least the kids know Spanish. But outside of that, I'm like the only person in my family that even speaks Spanish. And I'm not from a Spanish-speaking area either. I'm just... No, I'm not. No. I learned Spanish in high school. I learned Spanish en el instituto. He empezado a aprenderlo cuando tenía 14 y ya tengo 29. Hola, sí, estoy haciendo runs. Buenas. Pero es que lo que me hace gracia es que una meta que tuve era, pues quería engañar a otra gente que soy español, pero obviamente no soy español, soy de los Estados Unidos y no tengo ninguna familia hispanohablante. Y otro día he engañado a un español quien es de Andalucía. Y eso me hace gracia porque pues, me estaba esforzando muchísimo en mejorar mi acento. Algo así. No. Yo, obviamente es que, pues, no me... Your mother tongue is Portuguese, since you're Brazilian, but you don't speak Japanese? おう、わかった。まあ、大丈夫よ。日本は難しいけど、難しいから、ねえ。Yeah. Casi me pasó lo mismo cuando cuando estaba en Japón, pero no importa. Es que tengo una habilidad de manipular mi voz. O sea, please do not use Portuguese in my chat. I don't understand Portuguese. No fala português. I don't know if I said that correctly, but do not speak Portuguese, please. I don't understand it. And I have a reason. Okay, so like I know I kind of sound like an asshole when I say that, but the thing is that it's basically like, okay, I allow Spanish speakers in my chat because I speak Spanish. I would allow would allow Japanese because I can understand it enough to moderate it. And of course, I'm a native English speaker. So, the thing is while I can understand maybe like 20% of Portuguese, I cannot moderate it. So if somebody says something out of line, it's unfair because you could very easily, and I'm not saying that people will, but I'm saying it would be very easy for somebody to say something very fucking nasty and it get slipped under the radar. And it's not fair because I'm doing that with the other languages. Basically, I would prefer everybody in my chat get treated the same. And it's very hard to do that if the chat is speaking a language that I am not fluent enough in to understand if somebody's being a piece of crap or not. Yeah, and it's not that I have anything against Portuguese. I do intend on learning Brazilian Portuguese eventually. But as of right now, like, you could type in the languages that I allow. Especially because, like, as a person who likes languages, I do like to see people use and practice other languages. But without the ability to control, it's not fair. And also, there's another reason, too, that I never really voiced it, but it's more like, say, like, in the case that there's a conversation going on in that language, right? I can tell the rest of the chat that doesn't understand that language what's being said, if it's interesting. And, you know, basically, like, allow everybody else to get involved with it. Are there multiple versions of the language? Yeah. There's Portugal Portuguese and Brazilian Portuguese, and both types of Portuguese have their own dialects, and they are very different from each other. The interesting thing is that Brazilian Portuguese is actually the closest to classical Spanish, like before they broke off, like in the 1300s, 1400s. Brazilian Portuguese is the closest to that. Portugal Portuguese No fala português. Fala inglês. I know, I understood what he said, but he needs to know that if he wants to participate in the chat. Fala español, português. How do you say Japanese? No, I understood what he said, but that doesn't change the rules. You didn't know they spoke Portuguese in Brazil? You trouble? What the fuck is wrong with you? O pues si puedes hablar o puedes entender español, no hables en portugués. Pero pues es porque no entiendo portugués exactamente. Es difícil moderarlo. Pero hablo español, japonés e inglés. Yo, Aiko. Hello. Por eso, porfa, no hables en portugués. No es que... No. ¿Por qué me quiere... ¿Por qué quieres que me diga esto? Has any attempt led to antagony? Several, actually. Well, I mean, Americans also think that... Americans also think Spain's in Mexico, so, you know. I know that several Brazilians can speak Spanish to some degree. I mean, it makes sense. The languages are close enough to where, like, you can at least somewhat understand each other. Vaya putísima mierda. You know, oh yeah, people do think that way. Al mismo time, to confundir a la gente. No, pero te hace think, ¿verdad? Pero es que, a ver, ayer había una celebración de los programas de japonés y chino mandarín en mi universidad y estaba con la chica que me gusta. O sea, obviamente quiero salir con ella y también es trilingüe como yo y habla inglés, español y japonés como yo. Y es que estábamos cambiando el idioma muchas veces. O sea, esa mierda se llama code switching. Pues es normal, es muy normal en speedrunning. Vale, fantasma, gracias por pasarte. Con esas nueces. y yo voy a tener cuidado. Pero es que obviamente no quiero decir esa mierda en inglés porque pues No sé exactamente. Es que estoy avergonzado con eso. Y es un poquito de la... no sé cómo se dice en español, pero... no quiero contar esta en inglés. Pero en español... pues no pasa... no es algo mal, pero... Ay, putísimo mierda. Oh, vaya. Maldita sea. Okay, the Nutty Professor meme. Eddie Murphy with glowing eyes. Sometimes the nut just doesn't wanna work. Like right now, the nut just does not. It is deciding to put me in nut jail. Crash of the Titan sí lo he jugado y... estuvo aburridísimo. Okay, not a bad run. Please. Fuck off, dude. Are you kidding? That has a higher chance of happening. You're gonna be complaining about the damn nut not working. A mí no. Quizá es la nostalgia. Ooh, there we go, there we go. Good movement up until the end there, but it was good movement. Ooh, fast. Really, dude? The sword fly across the gap? I don't know, have you tried? That's one of the problems, like, with playing on the European version, is that body slam doesn't like working. It's kind of a trade-off because the nut works better. Very slow. Are there alternatives? No. Nothing that's fast or easy. Okay. Come on. Don't do this to me, game. Thank you. Oh, I don't know where he's gonna be. That's a little slow. I lost a little bit of time there. It's fine though. No, estoy en consola. Creo que te contaba antes. Ah, slow. Lost a second. No, why did you miss it again? Come on, dude. Dude. ¿Temporizador? No, es que tengo la tarjeta de captura para grabar mis consolas. You hope this is the run? No, if I miss that, then run's over, basically, because I lose so much time. Do I have any major time save? Yes, I do. The new route saves about 14 seconds. But it's also very difficult to pull off. If I fail that strat one more time, I'm actually going to start not going for it because I want to finish a run. But I mean, yeah, the run's actually really optimized. Let's go gambling! Oh, dang it! Oh, dang it! Oh, dang it! Okay. Lost a second. Might be sub 126. Here we go. We're about to find out. Ooh, it was a sub 126. Okay. Is anyone else competing? No. It's just me. I'm the only, like, consistently active runner. Definitivamente no. Uh-oh. Okay, I'm surprised that worked. Still a little slow. I mean, most of the people that could have, could have competed for record, didn't want to switch over to Xbox. Okay. No. Damn it. I jumped too early. You can't believe being able to stand on the keypad thing is a strat now. I actually don't like it. It saves 2 seconds, but it's like so fucking hard. Alright. Can I get my sound back, please? I kinda need the sound. It's not a new glitch, no. Oh, this is so bad. You know what would be funny? If this is the run. Got that badass controller ASMR now. Man, that would have been funny if that were the run. Come on. Come on. Unbreak, please. Unbreak. It would have been funny, yeah. Let me see here. Did some fucking... Yeah, it was just fucking... What caused that? It's something to do with the capture card, because every time I reset, it changes the, Every time I reset, the console, it switches, resolutions. So, I could put it to triple buffer, but then I'll get I'll get input lag, and I don't want that. It's variable input lag, so it's better for me to just do it this way. But sometimes the audio just breaks. There's probably a fix for it, but I don't know what the fix is. Do I have to manually split? Yeah, it's on Xbox. I just forgot to reset the splits. No, damn it. Please don't miss that. Yeah, I manually split everything. I would love to have, like, auto splits, but I don't think we can have those for twins. Not wanting to switch on Xbox? Yeah, I play on Xbox. I play on OG Xbox because it's faster and I also play better on it. I don't know why Rico thinks that playing on Xbox is harder. It's better. I think it's just his, it's either a massive skill issue or it's a controller issue. But yeah, like, people refused to switch. Like, Joe could very easily have ran the game. I believe he had an Xbox and everything. He just refused. He came back only when he knew I was threatening the record and wanted to keep it until he found out that he couldn't take it back easily, and then he just stopped. Right now, PS2 can't get Hundo record. It's not possible because of certain factors. What people normally run it on? PS2, European PS2, which is odd because. So this is the thing that's like kind of. It's kind of like I don't want to say hypocritical, but it is a little hypocritical, is that a lot of the people who ran this game, who are American, and a lot of them did become top runners or decent runners. I'll explain why in a second, but a lot of them bought a European PS2 to compete. Just not much. Yeah, that wasn't working. So people bought a different console to compete properly. And then when Xbox changed, they refused to change. The only real differences Xbox has over PS2 is loads and Xbox ledges. Everything else is pretty much the same. Which is not much. It's just that certain tricks you will have more consistency with. And you have faster loads. But doing Cursed Warp on the PAL versions, for Hundo, since you have to watch the credits take 30 seconds longer because they have to go through the translators, the localization teams, and so it takes 30 seconds longer. But I mean, all of the differences with like resetting and all that stuff make it lose like a lot more time, since it already has like a 50-second disadvantage, I think, with that, and then it has another 30-second disadvantage. So it's like, for Hundo, it's like a minute and a half. So it would, like, if Joe did it, for example, and he got like a run close to what his sum of best is now, he could get like a 107, basically. Whereas, like, me, who plays on Xbox, and I'm also a better runner, I could probably, thanks for the good luck, I could probably get a 106 on PS2. Whereas, like, I could get like a 102 on Xbox. Probably, actually, no, it's more like a 103. The difference is like a minute and a half to 2 minutes. And mind you, I'm not as good on PS2, and 100% Cursed Route has so much more loads. But as of right now, Standard Route can still be gotten on PS2. OG Xbox does not save that much time on standard route. It saves probably like 40 seconds max in a very unoptimized category that can like reach like 106, I think. And right now my best time is like a mid 109. There's not much differences that matter in a run. PS2 is viable in the boring categories. I wouldn't say boring categories, but it is viable in the miscellaneous ones. All levels, I think it's only about a 15-second difference if you're playing on emulator. But that also assumes that you can beat me. Like, and make no mistake, I'm not carried by my loading times. People made that people thought that for a while. I'm not carried by just my loading times. So, like, it would mean you would have to get a good run, and that can take a while. So, like, and I'm saying this not necessarily to boost my ego, but rather I'm saying this because you do have to put it into perspective. Like, just because I'm on a faster console does not mean that I'm winning because I have that. You're about to get on the emulator and splice. Good luck with that. We'll catch you immediately. Like, if your idea is to come in and take the record, only to take the record, you will have a bad time. Is basically what I'm saying. If you want to get into the run because you like the game, do it. If you're doing it just for the record, it's going to be more difficult than you would think. All levels is still fairly hard to get. I mean, but it's still viable. I think right now, as it stands, probably I could get like a 58, and my time is like a high 59. And you would have to do a slightly better run than mine to get the record on PS2. On the list, though, that's good. Damn it. Viability does not matter. If you haven't even ran the game, I would not consider viability and play it. Though, there is a thing to consider, and basically, what is more difficult to run the game on? So if you're playing on 60 Hz, you are actively making the run less fun for you. You have to do some dumb any percent. You have to do something dumb for any percent. Like, really fucking dumb, and it's not consistent. So, that's why I say, if you're gonna play on emulator, play in 50. Get the European version. That's pretty much the only, like, advice. Outside of that, I don't really think viability matters to somebody who's not who hasn't even started running. And I can say specifically, like, so this isn't 30 on Xbox? No, it's 50. I'm playing in 50. It is deinterlaced. It's 50. It's 50i, 525 i50. So on progressive it would be 25, but the PAL on Xbox does not do it doesn't do progressive. It only does interlaced. 362? No. No. I'm pretty sure that 360 does 50 progressive. It could do 720 and 720p 50. But for some reason, that OG Xbox's stuff just sucks. How the fuck was Halo 2 25 FPS? Because Halo 2 is a 25 FPS, 30 FPS game. What do you mean? Halo 2 always runs at half. Halo 2 is never full, except on PC. Halo 2 was only full on Vista and MCC. It dropped my jump. You didn't know that? No, it's actually... Halo 2, it was always half frame rate. It was never full. No, the OG Xbox was not 30. The OG Xbox is capable of 60 and progressive. But the European version cannot do... Oh yeah, Hertz also means frame rate. So if I were... Like, if the game is not capable of, or like the OG Xbox is not capable of progressive scan, the European console is not capable of progressive. It only does interlaced. The NTSC regions do, so you can get 60. So if I were playing Twins in 60 hertz, it would actually... it's not being de-interlaced, it's progressive. The OG Xbox is perfectly capable of progressive scan. But... the European one isn't. Or the European regions aren't. Because I really don't know why they didn't allow the graphics card to, like, do that, because it doesn't make sense. The NTSC one can go all the way up to 1080i. And some games support 720p. It really doesn't make sense. I mean, I'm using an upscaler, so it's being upscaled to 50 progressive, but it was, it can only be done in, it can only be done in the American and Japanese regions. Or, yeah, just basically NTSC. That doesn't mean that it was necessarily not capable of it, just wasn't programmed to do so. So, a lot of games were made in half frame rate like Halo 2. Halo 1 and Halo 2 and Halo 3 were all capped. Or maybe they were just made that way. Thanks for the stonks, Stu. Stonks. We are in mega nut jail right now. I've made it to Antagony so many times today, so like, I'm pretty sure that I will get a run because I've had quite a few runs. It's November. It's not November yet. If it were October, I would be getting close to fucking finals week. I don't know how I pulled that off, but whatever. Oh, come on. That's so slow, man. Like 2 seconds. Of course you just do that. Fuck you too. I would like for it to be November. I'm tired. I'm so fucking tired. I want it to be winter break so I can relax. I really want to relax. Like, mind you, I got no summer vacation since I was studying abroad in Japan. Here we go. Jump. Not bad. Thank you. Okay. Was that Crash Cola or Koala? I can't tell. Crash Koala, thanks for the good luck. I think I'm gonna stop, like, letting go of the stick there and then just, like, do that. I think it'll save me, like, Koala, if you will. Interesting. I like this guy. Buenas gracias por la suerte. What the fuck was that explosion bullshit? Please? Thank you. Alright. I'm purposely going a little bit slower there so I can at least, like, make it. I'm kind of tired of resetting all the time. Oh yeah, Stu, how's progress? How's Crapto's progress? What the fuck? I was too far forward. I can't tell when I'm too far. You got the best pace of all time yesterday? Obviously it died. Did you get shoes and digging it? Holy fuck. Thanks for the luck. You got dupe, but then you died on the fence. Fuck. Only about a second lost, that's fine. There we go. I'm really starting to feel it, man. Tired. Yeah, they tried to speedrun the game with the same route and stuff. He'd probably get like an 11 or a 1050. His movement is not up to the same standards. He had very good, like, very good execution, but his movement wasn't as good as Pools or Smarkin's ever was. Despite them saying that he had that, Hundo for this game is fun, yeah. And that's also not saying that Yere was a bad runner, because he wasn't. The thing is that at the time, he was the gold standard. But the goalpost has changed tremendously since then. He would probably be able to get about the same as Noah, if not slightly faster than Noah, so probably about a 1050 if he played on Xbox. $1040 if he did the Cortex route. What happened to Pool? He just stopped running. Mainly before Nutskip? No, he stopped running way before that. He did a couple runs, but he stopped running way before that. Am I the guy that with the world record already? Yeah. What about it? Not everybody stops playing a game when they get record. To be fair, if I stopped running... If I stopped running, the game wouldn't have any activity on the run. Saw it like 2 days ago. Yeah, that run was really surprising because I was not expecting 2 PB at all. Like, no ball glitch and everything, and I made some pretty major mistakes in Antagony. Same game on repeat for 7 years. I mean, yeah, there's Shift. Not a good person, though. Now, let me tell you something. 10%, I don't think 10% is going to happen. There's not much more to discover. Unless we find something new, it's not happening. Like, I mean, by a technicality, I could say this. If we got the perfect human run, it could sub 10, but you would have to go for every TAS strat too. And that's not happening. Because some of them are like statistical anomalies. Like, you can skip a door with Cortex, but, like, Cortex has such a high chance of dying, and that's in Agony. That's after having to do Giga Nut and TAS Nut, which are incredibly unlikely to be, like, done. Then you have to basically land on the ledge, then you have to get the body slam, then you have to get this body slam, and then you have to basically get, the Hub 2 thing, and then you basically have to get perfect Cortex Antagony, and you have to get that clip, and you also have to get a frame perfect trick at the end of the color section. Then you also have to get ball glitch on top of that. It's statistically not possible. We would need something new. Something brand new that nobody's ever discovered before. Like, with a completely new mechanic. And, like, even then, if you got all those things, I think, like, you have 2 seconds of leeway max. What if you find another... No, we searched. And searched and searched. Diferencia entre la versión PS en Play 2 y Xbox, técnicamente no, aparte de los loads. Hay unos, pero no puedo explicarlos bien en español. What if we made prisoners run it, but have to restart when they don't get ball glitch? I mean, eventually the run's gonna have to end up at that point. Yeah, Cursed Warp is not gonna happen. We've checked a similar thing to Nut Skip. Does not work. Cursed Warp in the place that we could do it does not work. In Antagony, you can't use Cortex to speed up any of the other rooms in Antagony. You can't grab Cortex early, so you can't die early. And then you can't die early after the Cursed Warp, which is something that I want to do. The first Cursed Warp, I'd like to find a way to die early, so that way we can save time. If that's found, that would be nice. You could do it with Cortex. Out of bounds for Antagony is actually possible with Cortex, but it's very slow. It's very slow. That's the issue. And it's also very hard. You can't Cursed Warp with Cortex in Iceberg Lab because the game crashes as well, so you can't instantly die with Cortex. Cortexless warp skip would no longer save time because Cortex Antagony saves too much time. Like I said, there's no cursed warps. You could find a means of doing Cortexless Wrong the Rights cutscene skip, then I mean, if you could do it consistently, it's possible, but you'd have to figure out a way to do it consistently, and I don't think that that's possible. But if you could figure out a way to do it, it would save 4 seconds. You need a tool-assisted run with it to see the best possible time save. It's about 14 seconds, really. It saves less time on PS2, though, and you can only tool-assist on PS2. The best possible time, from what I calculated, is probably like a 9:53 to a 9:50. And human viable, as of right now, this is including TAS Nut and Giga Nut, because those are actually possible. And then I can also add in the frame perfect cycle skip at the end, which saves 5.6 seconds. Is about a 10:01, I think. I think it's about a 10:01. Sustain, I was asking Bandycraft that. There is a way to cursed warp into Antagony, but the game crashes because you have Cortex. There is there's a way to cursed warp from Core D to pre-treasure room, but the thing is all Bandycraft could find was spawning in front of the door rather than behind the door, so it would save no time anyways. And the problem is that if he finds that, you have to do that to get 950. No. There is more of a chance for monkeys to type like a work of Shakespeare than it is to get a sub 10. To put this into perspective, the statistical anomaly of what Dream achieved in his Minecraft speedrun, where he manipulated the RNG, the theoretical probability is likely higher. Obviously, the actual probability of that is 0. But the statistical, like, it's probably more likely to be able to get that than it would be to get all of these things. If you were to get all of these tricks and then sub 10, I would probably, at this very moment in time, I'd call you a cheater. But if you find something that saves a lot of time, if you're like some kind of genius and you find something that's like amazing and you sub 10, that's great. I would love that, because that would mean that we would have a lot more to work with. I do want to get sub 10, but the more that I look into it, the more it just doesn't seem possible. And like, you would basically have to get this game down to probably a higher level of execution than Super Mario Bros. 1 is right now, which people would say that's impossible, But the thing is that the more complex a game is, the harder it is to actually get to optimal levels. The simpler a game is, the easier it is to reach those levels, which is why Super Mario Brothers 1 is basically, yo, what's up? That's why Super Mario Brothers 1 has reached, or is very close to reaching the fastest time, like, time, at least on the NES. I do not know. I do not know the name. I've tried looking it up before. Do not know. I don't even think that that's actually, like... I don't even think that that's an anime girl. Or a girl from an anime. I think it's just a random drawing. When I looked it up, the only thing I got was, Concore. And Concore, there's no character from Concore that, like, that matches her description exactly. I mean, honestly, she kind of looks like, Tomoko from Watamote. But, I mean, I don't know. If somebody wants to try to find out where she's from, that would be cool, but... something very old from an NSFW. I don't know about that. Because this was pre-gacha, so, or pre-like gacha games. It's possible that this was made by an old speedrunner. But NSFW, I highly doubt that doesn't make any sense. Just because it has, like, fucks me every day doesn't assume that it's an NSFW. Also, for anybody that is here that knows, Rico, KSB, I was in his chat yesterday, and, he will not be making a new video just because of the Cortex route. Bandycraft might, though. I think Bandycraft would probably make a video on it. But, Rico probably won't. The story behind it is actually pretty interesting, though. Because, like, it does, like, the original idea dates back to, I think, 2018. Because I was trying to see if I could get Cortex into the 100% route. And then, last year I was trying to adapt it into any percent, and it didn't really work. Must be stressful and exhausting. Well, that's what I have a chat for. A Crash 2 video? Actually, it would be nice, but if we're going into, like, strat progression and stuff, that's hard. Well, what I said was, that's what I have a chat for. I'm not really paying much attention to my gameplay. I'm reading chat most of the time, because, like, you're right, it is stressful and exhausting when I'm stuck and I reset so often. But as long as I have people to talk to, it's usually fine. Really, things don't start getting intense until Hub 4. I just got cock blocked by the nut. Things don't get intense until Hub 4. Once Hub 4 is reached, it's fine. Or, like, it's, basically, like, it's go time. I won't talk as much when I'm in Hub 4 because I still have yet to actually complete a run with all the new strats. The nut's not cooperating. Stop. Stop! Fucking hell, dude. Stop it. Stop fucking... Stop getting caught on everything, dude. Holy fuck. That's like 2 seconds. That's just a part of speedrunning. Really? Why did I reset? Which is already at its limits without a chat. Twinsanity is like not as precise as people say it is. It is very difficult, but it is not as difficult as everybody says it is. If you touch the boat, if you touch the side of the boat before you touch the bottom of it, or like, not the bottom of it, but like the deck or whatever, the game does not transition. That's why sometimes you have to jump on the boat again. Damn it. Oh, interesting. You know, there's a fun fact about, that whole thing is that, for one, I forgot that I was like like how much I did for dimension skip, and I also forgot that I held the record for a couple of hours years ago in 2018. There you go. Finally in Hub 2. Nice. Can't read right now. Oh, I can do small mistakes, I just don't take all of them. Okay, there we go. I knew that was gonna... Get off of there, Crash. Cooking is done. It's time to add the spaghetti. There we go. When you do warp skip, your crash was Cortex, so I just go backwards and load a chunk where Cortex is in. So that way he could just appear, basically. That's how it works. It's the reason why the game crashes if you die in any percent, or at least used to before we grab Cortex. Ugh. Come on. No! It works differently! It doesn't work differently. I'm coping. But you have to go back to the checkpoint. But the thing is that, and what a lot of people do is they look at my run and assume that because I'm on it, or I can do this without pausing, they assume that it is also possible for them. But if you're on PS2, you have to do pauses, and then to get Cortex, you do have to stop for a little bit of time before you can spawn before you can spawn with Cortex. It still saves time. It saves a decent amount of time with the current route. It just doesn't save as much time on PS2 as it does on Xbox. But no, getting Cortex to spawn there is not... It's not new. It's actually quite old. It's a very, very old thing. It's an old trick. It's just obscure because most people don't see it. But it's been a thing for quite a few years. 6, 7 years. It was the basis for me trying to reroute 100% for Antagony, which we couldn't do that because one, grabbing Cortex is not really possible. But also two, since we watched the credits, the game would crash.
Mighty Uka Uka!
There we go. Since the game does not detach Cortex from you randomly, watch, when I grab Cortex, Crash will always be Crash plus Cortex as soon as I grab a checkpoint. Until the game takes Cortex away from me, and I fucking failed this because I didn't move backwards far enough. Basically, it's simpler than it looks, but that's also why I'm grabbing lives. You have to grab lives in order to... You have to grab lives in order to, It does work. You just can't do it immediately on PS2 like I just explained. The chunk has to load. It can be done there on every version. Damn you. Go away. You have to wait. It's... The pausing, I don't even think actually speeds it up. You just can't die immediately. Especially if you do it the way I do it, because the way that I do it is very fast. Okay. But that does get me pretty damn close, so... Is that Cordy? Yep, that's Cordy. Do my hands get sweaty? Sometimes. Not often, but it happens. I used to not get very nervous going into Antagony. Before the new route. Before the new route, I wouldn't really get nervous until I got past the ballroom. Because at that point, it was basically just like, well... Because at that point, it was like, well, it's just another run. Now it's like, well, now it's the run... Now it's the thing I haven't completed yet. And I mean, I've completed probably like 20-ish runs. Since I started like grinding this category. I can shake from nerves. Sometimes that happens, but it's rare. Land there. Holy fuck. Runs are... The game's hard. I've seen harder games for sure, but the game is hard. Damn. Wrong line. I would like for it to be like... I don't know. I don't know what I was gonna say. But I'm imagining, right? Like, I'm pretty sure that... What the fuck? I'm imagining that, like, I'll probably PB today, and if I don't PB today, I'll PB tomorrow. So Sunday is gonna be a big change. Sunday we are gonna clean the basement, and I'm going to move into the basement. I will have more privacy, and I will have more room, which means that, probably I will I may invest in a webcam if I can afford a decent one. And then I'll do, like, either hand cam streams or something like that, so that way people can actually, like, see my hands. Or I could do face cam if people actually want to see my face. I mean, it doesn't really matter. I've shown my face several times before. It's not like my face isn't known, and my face is even in my profile picture. So, I mean, it doesn't matter. Well, on Twitch. It's in my profile picture on Twitch. But, you know, people have seen my face. It's not a big deal. I don't care that much, but at the same time, it's like, you know, the question is hand cam or face cam? And probably hand cam comes to mind more, so that way people can see, like, okay, what the fuck is he actually doing? What are his inputs? And then, you know, basically just having inputs with the run, so that way in the case that people kind of want to just, instead of looking at tutorials, they look at my hands, they can actually just look at my hands. Hello. Obeda. Why do I have a Pokemon as a profile picture for YouTube? Because I like Cyndaquil. Grab my nuts! Actually, my Twitch profile picture was made by somebody that took one of the pictures that I used for one of my emotes, which is called Bad Puns, and he put it on top of Rayman's head because way back in the day, after I stopped running Rayman 3, he was trying to run the same version and he was having issues with getting runs in, so I taught him a couple of things, and he PB'd the day after. So he made that as the thumbnail, called Thanks G Pro. You play this game since you're 7. Not bad. Dude! Why is the nut being like this? Why can't you play it on your PC? Really? Come on, dude. Stop. I've reset like 200 times. The nut pisses me off. This gives a whole new meaning to I grab my nuts. You don't know how to install it? There are tutorials for emulator. If you ever... Okay, never hit install if it's a game that's viruses. Only do that with trusted sources. Please be responsible. Damn it. Would have been fast. 9-year-old me installed EPSXZ on, or 11-year-old me installed EPSXE on my dad's machine, and I think I installed a bunch of viruses and shit. How many good attempts? A couple. You fucked your mom's computer with the amount of shit you put on. I remember this fucking Mario fan game thingy that I downloaded that had like this one weird fucking like it was like Mario World, but it eventually had like Halo levels in it and you got guns and shit. And I know that was definitely malware at the time, but I really want to know what the fuck that was. Bypass ban evasion? You shouldn't bypass ban evasion, dude. That's fucked. Like, if you got fucking banned, like, you fucked up. Your own fault. You shouldn't have done it in the first place. Cheating is not a good thing to do. Yeah, what about it? It's an artificial split. That's like a second. Okay. Oh, come on. This is actually fast. Hold up. Lost a lot of time doing that. Yo, Stathis, what's up? I lost about a second, it's fine. Is this... it's on neither, it's on Xbox. Should I put Xbox on my title? This dude is the aim of the fucking stormtrooper! But then people will think they're separate categories. No, 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 no Greek. Because, like, Greek is like Elinsky or something? Yo. Congrats on unlurking. No, 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 no Greek. How was Japan? That is such a loaded question. Wait, what happened? How did that... did the nut just move midair? It's a very loaded question. It's hard to kind of like do that. Yeah, I know. I remember who you are. Must have been nice. There were some bad parts to it as well. At least give me Giganite. It had it, yeah, it had its bad points too. But I mean, it was a good experience. Obviously, like I can speak Japanese pretty decently now. Any Yakuza interactions? None that I was aware of. It's not like they go out of their way to, like, mug people. Oi, korra! Kore dasu yo! Dasu yo, korra! Of course they roam the streets. I didn't notice any. Unless it was that dude that had his hands in the pockets. Well, they have tattoos under their clothes. They're not going to just show them. Yeah. Like, I mean, the worst that I saw was like there was some punk ass kid that had his hands in his pockets. And that's like considered very rude in Japan. That's why a lot of the times when you watch anime and what is the current world record? The current world record is 10:37:29 by me. This is the current record. 10/37/29. Trying to become a political leader. So there's the thing about the Yakuza, right? The thing, oh yeah. But the thing about the Yakuza is that yes, they are part of organized crime, but they're also not necessarily evil. You could consider them like anti-heroes in a sense. Like they obviously are, they're crime. It's crime. But the thing is that they aren't necessarily like not for the people. Nowadays they're becoming more thugs, but the typical Yakuza is more like just, you know, they're just crime lords, which sounds bad, but at the same time, like, they can and sometimes will go out of their way to help you if you need help. They're not evil people. They have, like, a history of, they have a history of being for the people. Like, they were part of, like, the protection against the samurai. Oh yeah, they look out for tourists, if they're being kind. Like, the thing is that Yakuza were there when the samurai and the shogunate were basically taking advantage of the people. That's why, like, even though they are against the law, they, like, they're not seen in a bad light. Oh yeah, they existed back during the shogunate. They basically protected the people when nobody else would, if they were being taken advantage of. So that way, when the shogunate basically dissolved, they helped, kind of like, because back then it was more like they were feudal lords basically, and when Japan was more united, Japan didn't really need the Yakuza, but the Yakuza were basically there as a means to kind of like create the protection without a lot of the exploitation that was happening at the time from the shogunate. That was feudal Japan, you know, back in the times of like Tokugawa Ieyasu and things like that. And mind you, I might be wrong about some of this, but this is like, you know, the Yakuza were a thing for a long time. They don't represent evil. Like, the reason why Ryuga Gotoku, which, you know, we understand as Yakuza, Kiryu is basically like the spirit of the Yakuza, which is basically just a very tough person that fights for the right thing, but at the same time also wouldn't mind kicking your ass if he needs to, if it's his job. That doesn't necessarily mean that, like, the Yakuza are good people, but yeah, they're not bad people. They're not evil. Like the Mafia, yes, I would say that, like, the mafia, the mob was evil. Pretty much. Doesn't mean that they always did really bad things. But they're far worse than the Yakuza. The Yakuza, you can basically, like, as long as you're not doing anything, they will not do anything to you. And if you're even harmed by some of their territory wars, they will even go as far as to, like, pay you not just the money for the repairs and everything, but they will personally, like, give you more money so that way you're fine. They want to make sure that you're okay. Because it's against their code. Well, you don't have to say unaliving here. You could just say kill. I don't care. I don't understand why people are just not okay with that term. Like, it does not make sense. Like, if some people get triggered by the word kill, it's like, they don't trust Twitch. It's Twitch TOS now? Twitch TOS is doing that? Dude, like, the thing... Ugh, really? Dude, if you're getting triggered by the word kill, like, you have no idea what goes on in the fucking world. Like, holy shit. Come on now. You read some history. You don't get to see it, and that's lucky. It's lucky you don't get to see it. Don't fucking, like, police language just because of that. That is... No. I do not like that. It's the same kind of shit that makes us wanna just stop looking at history. No, you gotta see history. You gotta understand what goes on, because if you don't understand what goes on, history will repeat itself, because it always does. History is there to prevent atrocities from happening, dude. If you turn a blind eye because you see that there is one, like, triggering word in history, and people stop looking at that, what happens is that people will not understand that if you... What people don't understand with that is that if you let that just be erased for just 2 generations, that leaves a very corrupt leader to do the exact same thing, because guess who's reading that history? Not the people who can abuse it. That's how corrupt leaders get into power. They read history and understand what happens, while the people are too stupid because they're turning a blind eye to do anything about it. That's like... It's the basics of taking control. 1020 is not world record. 1037.29 is record. We have a new route. But yeah, it's scary. Do I still hold the world record? Yeah. But yeah, like, the thing is that policing things like language and policing things like literature and all this other stuff, policing ideas, when you lose that ability, people take advantage of all of it. Like, you don't fight intolerance with more intolerance. You don't fight... Stayed for interesting as fuck history, yeah. You don't fight intolerance with intolerance. You fight intolerance with tolerance. And it's all interconnected. All of it is interconnected. It starts with the small thing, and then it goes into the large things. Where you look at Florida, they are policing books. They are banning books about history, things that happened, factual things that people can't go in and look at. When you take away knowledge from people, from specific people, then the knowledge is gatekept by the people who can use that knowledge. It's like one of the scariest fucking things, and you look at this happening in the one country which was supposed to be like the land of opportunity and like the freest country in the world 100 years ago. What the fuck? That's not like the thing of like saying my opinion should be better than everybody else's. Completely missing the point. The point is that the fact that we're going in a direction of potentially losing some of that shit is scary. I don't know if anybody's looked into Project 2025. I heard from my mom, and I mean I knew about things, but my mom, who used to be the president of her union. Okay, Project 2025 is basically like a thing to kind of like reorganize a lot of things within our country, the United States. Project 2025, which is incredibly anti-LGBTQ. Incredibly, like, I mean, it's not radicalism. It is essentially like condemning these things. So let me give you an example of the thing. Like, it wants to get rid of unions. Fine, whatever. Even though we should have those. But one thing that's absolutely insane, which pertains to my mom, because, mind you, my mom is a librarian for an elementary school. If those libraries contain anything about LGBTQ, anything, it doesn't matter if it's about sex, doesn't matter if it's about kissing or hand-holding, or just showing people that have different sexual orientation than the norm, or gender orientation than the norm, they go to jail, and when they come out, they have to be registered sex offenders. Is that... My mom could be put on that list because she's a fucking librarian. Because she's a fucking librarian. What? That's not politics, man. That's human rights. What? I didn't move back far enough. That is fucked up. That's if it passes. Now, that is on the Republican side. And I mean, the thing is, and I will be the first one to say this, I don't go either way. I'm not a very political person in general. But when I hear about that, and you know, see, the thing is like, you're okay, it's okay to make that, to have that opinion. Because the thing is, and I will say this with like 100% like, I don't think it should be something that we should hide, is, like, some people just don't agree with those kinds of things, like gender studies. So what? As long as you're not hurting anybody with it. Because everybody has a right to exist on this fucking earth. Everybody has a right to exist on this fucking earth. If they're different than you, if they think different than you, that's fine. That's interesting because you can learn from things. And maybe your perspective changes. It can. But when you start policing it in any way, that's awful. You can't do that, man. And then I'm just thinking, and I've been thinking about this in the back of my head because it is tied to our election. Is that, like, dude, if things don't go well, that bill's probably gonna get passed and my mom could be considered a sex offender. For being a librarian if she has the wrong books in her fucking library. What? That is one of the most horrifying things I have heard. It's worse than that, Sustain. Like, there's a reason why people on that, oh, we are fucked if Trump wins. And the worst thing is what I was hearing from my friend is that he's starting to actually get Alzheimer's. He's a puppet and doesn't know it as well. If you really, like, look into it, apparently, like, he's starting to actually get Alzheimer's. And it's starting to show. That's even scarier. The fact that, like, that means that if he's not the one making this stuff up, there's somebody else. And who the fuck is it? There's also a reason why most people in the Republican side and the conservative side do not want to support these things. Shit, if fucking Fox News is going non-conservative this time, that's... something is going wrong. Something's very wrong. It was something that, like, when I was in Japan, I was actually, like, trying to ignore, because the thing is, like, those kinds of ideas stress me the fuck out, because the thing is, like, 10% with his party, you don't understand 45, yeah. .45% preference for Trump. Yeah, it's like, dude, it's scary to think about. It's very scary to think about. Obama wasn't a bad leader. But Obama did do a lot of fucked up things. He bombed the Middle East. All the fuck, actually. But honestly, Obama was the best leader that we had in a long time. Some things that he did kind of made things a little bit worse. Obamacare, which did do some good, also did some bad. I liked Obama. And his daughter. But, I mean, yeah. I liked Obama. And it's like... it's rare to, you know, have leaders that you actually like. And the thing is like... when you really just kind of get down to it, you think about these kinds of things, it's like, why are we letting people like this run our country? And the thing is like, why are we allowing certain things like this to, like, happen? What is wrong with society in the sense that we're so polarized that we will believe anything without thinking? That we will, instead of being focused on situations. Why does no one like Biden? I can explain that. But I'll get my point across first. Why can't we think critically and care about people? And care about their situation? Why would we want to take away things? Why would we want to hate others for not believing the same things that we do? I think about a lot of those things a lot, and it's just like, and of course, I don't like talking about how I feel or think, because the thing is like, as an American, when you speak your mind, you're terrified of anybody criticizing you. Because if you're against the grain, if you're going against the norm, you could get canceled. People can fucking just like basically ruin you. Things that you worked on. Like, you could say any political thing, it could ruin your ability to get a job. Because someone could say, I didn't like it, and then basically find out where you're trying to apply for, and literally ruin your reputation. Essentially, like, dig up things that may have changed. All of these kinds of things, like, in the US, this stuff is an actual thing. And mind you, sometimes this can be used for good, but a lot of times it's used incorrectly. It's used very wrong. This is why a lot of times when you go onto Twitch and people have things saying no political discussions, that's what they mean. Because it's like anything will start a war, and nobody wants to have to go with that, basically. That's why. And the reason why people don't like Biden is because they look at him, and the thing is that he's old, he's tired, he is going slightly senile, and people don't really know what good he does because everything he does is in the background and then gets overshadowed by him acting incompetent in front of a camera. And I honestly thought that he was not a good leader, but when I was hearing somebody who was like extremely well informed, was like saying like, oh well, he actually did this and this and this, and it's like, wait a minute, what? He was actually doing like a lot of good stuff. And I was like, wait, what the fuck? How come nobody talks about any of this? Of course, it's because people don't look at the critical things. It's just like they look at the face value alone. That's why they don't like Biden. He actually did good stuff. Like, he just wasn't what the people wanted, basically. He was the guy who wasn't Trump. That's what it was. They would have shit-talked him no matter what. No matter what happened. Pretty much, yeah. Get off of the keypad, Crash. It did. But yeah, that's basically what's going on right now. When I look at it, I'm just kind of like thinking, because like, I mean, honestly, I see fascism. Gotta be partly scripted. Not by Trump. But every time, like, I was thinking about this, I've been thinking, like, I want to get out. I want to leave. It's supposed to be part of the elections. I have no idea. I don't pay attention. All I know is that right now, with how everything's been going, I mean, I feel a little bit calmer now that, like, there's a good chance that, we won't vote in a fascist puppet, but, I was really thinking about, I really wanted to just leave the country. Because when you think about it, it's like, well, there's a couple of things. One is, I mean, my health conditions, which I do talk about every now and again. I probably would pick Europe, but it also depends, because, it depends on a lot of things, because it depends on if I get into a relationship, because I wouldn't want to live apart from the person. Right now there's potentially somebody, and she is trilingual as well, so there's a good chance we're probably just gonna end up being in Japan anyways, but, that is very beside the point. Most likely, if that's not the case, I would either pick Quebec or I would pick Spain. And the reason why I would pick Spain is because I speak Spanish and I have friends there. So like if I were in Spain, I wouldn't be alone. You know what I mean? Getting the hell out of Europe. To be fair, you're in Greece. Like, that doesn't help. Australia? Australia's okay. But I mean, honestly, if you want to go to Australia, go to Australia so you can go to New Zealand. Basically become an Australian citizen so you can live in New Zealand. New Zealand is one of the best places to live, actually. But it's not easy to get into. Either that, or a great place to go would be Ireland. Not Northern Ireland, Southern Ireland. Nah, not UK. Ireland would be good. UK is not... I don't trust... I wouldn't trust the UK yet. It's one of the worst places. Yeah. I would not trust the UK. Right now. There's a... You know... It's getting better after Brexit, but... Greece is chill. Nah. Greece is not chill. The economy there is really bad. Greece is considered one of the worst places. Scandinavia is always a good bet. For English speakers, Sweden is actually probably one of your best options. Sweden, Ireland, and New Zealand are like the 3 best options for English speakers. Fuck Brexit. Fucking fuck. True. For Spanish speakers, Norway, I wouldn't say as much, because the thing is that Swedish has way more English and bilingual communities. And Swedish is easier to learn than Norwegian for an English speaker. The Netherlands is an okay second best if you like that area, but it's better in that regard. If you can speak if you speak Spanish, like, probably your best bet is either Chile or Uruguay. I would not pick Spain unless you already have a support group there. I would choose Spain because my friend is most likely moving there, and also, like, because I have a support group there already. If you know Japanese, Japan or Korea, Japan or South Korea are, like, despite Japan's, like, currently struggling economy, Japan is still a good place to live if you can get citizenship. Problem with that is that you have to give up your own citizenship. I have a feeling that's going to change in the coming decades, though. You would trying to live in Korea. The problem with Korea is that culturally Korea is a shithole. South Korea is a shithole culturally. But they have a booming economy, and they are going to really, like, they are really going to shoot off. Kinda against people that look like them. Japanese people are xenophobic towards other Asians. If you're white, they don't mind as much. I mean, the thing is that racism is still a thing, and xenophobia there is pretty bad. Oh no, I'm not talking about, like, the recent ones in Kyoto where the tourists are fucking stupid. I mean, like, in general, they are really, like, they're really xenophobic. They don't mind as much if you're, like, say, if you were like me, and I have almost no Asian blood. I have Native American blood in me, which is Mongolian, but not a lot. It's very little. So, if you're white like me, basically, like, you are fine, especially if you get good enough at Japanese and assimilate well enough. They don't mind you. As long as you can kind of, like, understand that they are most likely not going to treat you like one of them for a very long time. The Koreans, I think, would. The Japanese... depends. Very, very heavily depends. But if you can properly, like, speak their language, like, on a decent level, right? That's just like anybody. Like, I mean, if I started speaking Greek, you would be happy. Or, like, the Portuguese or the Brazilians would be really happy. Ooh, green. Or like, a lot of times when I'm speaking English and then I start speaking Spanish, Spanish speakers are really happy. But it depends on your level. If you say like things that are really small, they're just going to instantly be like, "Oh, your Japanese is really good," and you're kind of just wondering like, "Okay, why did you learn this language? You can't speak it. We don't understand you. We have nothing to say. So just your thing is good." But there's also another side to it, which I didn't learn about until like a couple days ago, is that a lot of people, especially in the United States, learn Japanese for an ego trip. Which makes no sense, because like, why the fuck would you learn a language just to feel superior to other people? That makes no sense. Like, that's insulting. That's insulting to the people, and it's insulting to every... What do I think of Hungary as a whole? Makes me think of food. I don't know much about Hungary. I think the thing... What the hell is this? I don't need a sex picture. It's a funny picture I found 10 years ago and I like it. They try to compliment it, but they don't... Oh, they kind of realize it. Now, the one thing that... Okay, so... I will say this, because I met a Hungarian, and this is not to, like, roast Hungarians, but, like, listen. I was creeped out by the fact that the dude was giving me so much eye contact. Which I understand is, like, a cultural thing. Of, like, you give people more eye contact than other people. But it was, like, it was so uncomfortable to learn about that. Well, it was very uncomfortable. I was like, why is this guy looking at me in the eyes so much? Turns out, from what I looked up, at least in Budapest, it's like just something people do when they're being polite, and less eye contact means you're being more deceitful. Favorite Crash Bandicoot game besides Twins? Oh no, my favorite Crash game in general is Crash Nitro Kart. Because game fun. And mind you, I grew up playing CTR. I like CNK better. What is the adapter I use for my controller? Nitro Kart isn't that good. Are you sure? Have you played it? Have you played it recently? I use the Brook Gaming Wingman XB, but for the OG Xbox, you have to get a special thing that goes like from the controller to a female USB. Female, it has to be like male whatever to female USB. Crash 2 is much better than Crash 3. Why would I fight you when this is correct? Okay, that is a wild take saying Crash 1 is better. Bro likes bro's a masochist, ain't no way. Tag team racing is the Is bro trolling? Dude, would you like...
I'm gonna get ya. Come here.
Tag team racing is one of the worst games in the franchise for me. No, let's watch the cutscene now. Why everybody hates tag team racing. Did you play it when you were growing up? Because that does make sense if you played it while growing up, because nostalgia does affect how you think. See, that's the thing, is that nostalgia, it's probably nostalgia. Tag Team Racing was objectively really not a good game. It was not very well developed. It didn't have very good mechanics, and the writing was very bad. But, at the same time, if you played it as a kid, and see, here's the other thing too. And this is what I think you should think you should take this to heart, because this is a very good thing to take. Is that just because something is bad does not mean that you can't enjoy it. If you enjoy it, that's good. That is very good. If you enjoy it, that is what matters. You can enjoy a bad game, and that's fine. Shit, I like Sonic 06. I like Sonic 06 like one of the most universally hated Sonic games, okay? I also like Sonic Blast, which is another game that is universally hated. And I understand these games are bad games, but I like them. And that's fine. It's better to embrace these things. And I'm not insulting you and saying you're wrong when I say the game is bad. And if you don't think that way, you know, it's okay. Perfectly okay. Another man's trash is another man's treasure. Every Sonic game is the exact same. Not really. Boom bang? Oh hell no. Hell no. But yeah, I think Titans is boring as fuck. I tried playing it. I thought it was just boring as fuck. Sonic Forces had mad overhate. I wouldn't say it had. I don't think it was overhated. Sonic Heroes on PS2? What the fuck is wrong with you? You need therapy. That's fine. I like them. Well, I like Crash a little bit more, but I like Spyro a lot too. Sonic Forces. See, here's the thing about Sonic Forces. And it's the same reason why Sonic Lost World is bad. Because the mechanics are not bad. The thing is that they used the same dev team or the same level design team, which were incredibly incompetent. Overused certain mechanics. the game was unfinished, things were not put in levels properly, and again, it's the same reuse the boost mechanics. Reusing of the boost mechanics, and then basically, like, still going just forward to win instead of doing classic platforming stuff. This is why Frontiers was a hit, was because it wasn't a platformer. It was like putting piss in a blender, yeah. Boring beat 'em up. See, I also do not like Spyro 2. Sonic Heroes is probably the only game you ever enjoyed. And you had it on PS2? What's wrong with you? Nah, you gotta play that shit on Xbox. Play it on Xbox, man. Play it on Xbox. This is not I'm not asking. You never owned an Xbox? Play it on Xbox. The fridge is holding a gun to you. What do you do? The pause fridge demands your sacrifice if you don't. Sonic Heroes is awful? What's wrong? No, it's not. Sonic Heroes is good. It's bad on PS2 though. Trust me, if you play it on another console, it will change. It will change your perspective on the game. Wrath of Cortex to Crash 3, that is a weird... That's a weird take. You own it on Xbox? Liking talk in general is weird? No, it's not. Twalk is fun. It's not a bad game. Best Rayman game? 2. 2 on N64 PC. Dreamcast is also really good. I mean, yeah. They didn't have enough time to finish their original idea, so they had to improvise, remake a game that was like Crash 3 because they knew it worked. Initially, it was going to be closer to Twins. Crash Bash? Crash Bash is fun as long as you don't do 200%. Get out of my way. The thing is that Twalk is still an enjoyable game. If a lot of the reason why people disliked Twalk was because Angry Birds, I don't care. It's a game. I'm not part of the demographic. The thing is like... The thing is like Twalk, the reason why it's so hated is fairly simple. Because it wasn't what people wanted when it came out, so it was a commercial failure. They were expecting something bigger and better than Crash 3, they were expecting the commercial thing. And, like, well... they kind of screwed themselves. They didn't have enough time to make the original idea work, so they had to improvise. The thing is that it's not a bad game. If you go back and play it, you'll realize, outside of the loading times on the original PS2 version, the loading times for everything else are fine. And the game itself is rather fine. It's a fun time. It's just not what people wanted. There we go, baby. They had, like, no time to do talk. Why did you jump too early? They didn't have time. That's the thing. Twinsanity. And everybody says Twinsanity is the best, or a lot of people say Twinsanity is the best game. It's underrated. It's not underrated. It's actually fairly highly rated. But the reason why Twinsanity was so bad was the same reason why TWAC is considered bad. It came out at a time when people were expecting something like the original trilogy. It was not what people wanted, and it was an unfinished game. And because of that, the game was considered to be trash. That's why, initially when it came out, people didn't like it. But that is what opinion people hang on to. When you go back to these games, you realize that that was not at all what the games are. They're actually, like, TWAC is a fairly enjoyable game. It's not an amazing game. You can't expect high quality, but it's still fun. But Twinsanity is a fairly fun game. It's a fairly good game. But it came out at a bad time, and, like, it wasn't what people wanted at the time. But also, and then people say, like, man, they removed 70% of the content. Yes, they did. And you want to know why? It's because they had very bad leadership. They had really bad leadership. They say that they ran out of time, and they did. But they had a year and a half. They had way more than most video games at the time were given. Most video games like this were given. I think TWAC had like 10 months. This game had a year and a half. So like 18 months is as good as Trilogy. Crash 4 is not as good as Trilogy. And I can answer that question, or I can prove it to you with one small statement. Do you go back and play Crash 4? Does anybody go back and play Crash 4? Why is nobody talking about Crash 4, but everybody talks about the trilogy? Why would you have the idea, even people that didn't play the trilogy in their childhood, why wouldn't they go back? Why are they not talking about it? Why are they still talking about the trilogy? Is it nostalgia? But then why is it that people who never played these games in their childhood still, then they play them like after the fact, still go back and play them? Think about that for a second. The trilogy has a nostalgia factor. I'm arguing against that. You could say, is it nostalgia? But why is it that people who played these games in adulthood still talk about them and go back to them? But yet, nobody talks about Crash 4. Nobody goes back to play Crash 4. It can't be as good. It's just a logical fallacy. It can't be as good because of the fact that if it were as good as the original trilogy, people would just talk about it. Crash Twinsanity, is it nostalgia? People talk about this game all the time. I get people coming into my chat all the time. When's a remake? Blah, blah, blah. All this, all that, blah, blah, blah. So many people like Crash Twinsanity, and they talk about it. And many of them were probably around my age. and many of them are probably around their 20s when they played it in their childhood. I played it when I was a preteen. You'd almost argue nowadays people talk more about NST than they do the original trilogy. It's the same thing, really. Too cartoonish? I don't think that's it. And that's fine. You should, if you like it a lot, yeah, that's good. But when we're talking about quality and things like that, and we go about these kinds of things, and I'm not saying, again, I'm not saying your opinion is wrong. I'm not saying that you shouldn't think that way, but when you think about, like, all of these things, and when you're talking about trying to critique, or, like, say things are, like, good or bad, you have to think about those things. And if you say, like, you know, video game is about nostalgia and whatnot, there are games that are talked about still that came out in modern day. Crash Team Rumble? Nah. Nothing beats, nothing beats Boom Bang. But there are games that kind of, like, make it, and people still talk about those games, even though they're newer. You know, people still talk about Witcher 3. People still talk about Witcher 3. People still talk about NST has to be one of the best video game remasters in history. Huh? The fact that they got the proportions wrong, and the fact that they made the ledges, like, they didn't take into account that the ledges, that you can slip off of the ledges. The reason why it's so hard is because you could slip off of the ledges. They didn't make the proportions right, and they didn't make the collision correct. It was a very lazy thing that was full of bugs, and they just kind of wrote it off as like, oh yeah, that was intended. But then sometimes you can't get the maximum percentage. Nitro Fueled was a better remake, and I still think Nitro Fueled was garbage. Spyro 1 in Reignited was very well made. Spyro 2 and Spyro 3 were not. Because they were outsourced. Because they ran out of time. Still good. I mean, they're okay. It's good enough for people to talk about it. Nitro Fuel, they made a lot of the tricks based on scripts rather than mechanics. That is not okay. And then they went to microtransactions, loot boxes. Spyro 2's not as fun. If you played Spyro 3, you probably would like it. The Spyro 2 is not as good. I would say Spyro 1 and Spyro 3 are more universal games that most people, or a fairly large amount of people, would enjoy. Spyro 2, on the other hand, I believe takes specific people. I did not like NST. Unless they become instant classics, yeah. That's also true, Pete. GTA, God of War, Last of Us, Last of Us. Infinitely better on NST, huh? Huge Adventure? I wouldn't consider it worse. No, one of the worst. I would say it's up there. Those products of their time. I don't sleep on an ST. I never played Resident Evil. What? I wasn't close to that. Twinsanity's OST is not underrated. It's just not known. I really like Devil May Cry. Though I still have yet to play 3. See, Pete, that does make sense. What about Kingdom Hearts? I never played Final Fantasy, but I have Final Fantasy 13 because I wanted to try it. Kingdom Hearts, I never finished the first game, but I beat the second game long time ago. I do have it on PS. I do have 1.5. On PS3. I could play through it on stream someday. Shit, I could probably play it in Japanese. I never played Kingdom Hearts 3, but from what I've heard, it's probably overhyped. But wait, does Kingdom Hearts 3 have Winnie the Pooh? I forget. If it's got Winnie the Pooh, it's instantly goated. They all have Pooh? Kingdom Hearts was goated. That's why Kingdom Hearts 2 is the best Kingdom Hearts game. Listen, I am very biased towards Winnie the Pooh, okay? Winnie the Pooh is my boy. Okay. Be biased to Ariel. We know what bro's first crush was. You know exactly what bro's first crush was. I'll do a hard stop at 5. So 24 minutes from now. Crash 5? Yeah, it got canceled. Because Beanox went indie. Apparently it was supposed to have twins elements, and I mean, really, I don't care. At this point, man, like, I have seen so many... Like, all of these franchises are being treated like shit. Like, no. No, I don't want them to bring back anything. Unless they give, unless they like, unless they hire new, unless they do new hires. I would say, fuck no. Like... If they added the ENG adventure to it, Nitro Fueled would be so good if they allowed you to use the mechanics to make shortcuts instead of using the scripts, which is why the Sewer Speedway thing wouldn't work, because you had to be part of the script instead of like using the game's mechanics. I think that was a lazy way of making those shortcuts possible. Vicarious Visions worked on Crash 4? What do you mean? Oh, yeah, it was Toys for Bob, not Beanox. Toys for Bob made fucking Skylanders, man. I wouldn't trust them with a fucking 10-foot pole. With the indie scene making a spiritual successor. Exactly. Indie scene is basically where we could get most of it. Crash will be back? No. No, it won't. But yeah, no. You cannot convince me that, practically about to collapse on itself because of short-sighted greed, basically, yeah. Who's to say Naughty Dog would actually do a better job with Crash? I'm also Omega okay with there not being any new Crash games. I thought for a long time that I would want new Crash games. I saw Crash 4 and I was like, ugh. Naughty Dog created Crash. No. Andy Gavin created Crash. Naughty Dog did not create it. It was the people behind Naughty Dog at the time that created Crash. None of them are working for Naughty Dog. just because it was the company? That's what you mean? They're not in Naughty Dog, though. It's a completely different company with different goals and different people. Like, you can't expect, like, if you put Crash in the hands of Naughty Dog nowadays, people are gonna be like, how the fuck do I make a Crash game? It's been nearly 30 years. They're old men. They're old. They're very old men now. If it would be a miracle if they're even still in the industry. He's notorious. I don't care about the Crash, about people in the Crash community. Not like in a, like, I think they're bad. I'm very apathetic towards a proper fan base. Like, I mean, sure, I like Cat Icarus, but he's not really a Crash community person. He's just a content creator. We're not really Crash community, we're Crash speedrunners. Me and Hypnoshark are Crash speedrunners, it's a completely different world. Made the fan-made game with all the malware? He is! That's where I thought where I saw that fucking name from. Still, I don't care that much. Because, like, I mean, what's it gonna do? I'm not downloading anything. I mean, he's still around, he's just not doing that. Really? Damn. Yeah, the only thing I may be known about in the Crash community for is doing Cortex for Pete's fan dubs. And I don't even think I'm known. What the fuck, dude? So much time lost. Rico, yeah. That was insane what I did. Right there. That was fucking ridiculous. Land on the thing! Holy shit! Jeez. I might extend to 5:30. Yeah, I've gotten a decent amount of traction from that video. And Beta's still around, he's just working on reverse engineering twins and doing his own thing. I message him every now and again. We are friends. Imagine being able to capitalize on the release of that video. I mean, I wouldn't say I've been capitalizing on it necessarily, but it has given me some traction and some positive engagement, I guess. Dude, I'm getting fucking tired of this fucking nut. Grew up with Beta. The corruption vids. Oh my fuck, you must be so young. Like I said, you're young. Why does everybody when they're 18 think 18 is old? '18's so young. I mean, you never know, like, a person could have just, like, never had access to the games. Some people didn't have the games. Who grew up with the PS1 played Crash? Not everybody. Ah. This nut is getting on my nerves. I wanna get out of Hub 2. I wanna get into Antagony. Let me in to Antagony, you fuck. Let me into Antagony, you fuck. I'm 29. I turn 30 in a half a year from now. There we go. Oh, you almost failed that. Come on, dude. I just want to make it into Antagony now. My PS1 was also chipped. I don't know about the childhood one that we had, but the one that I bought secondhand was. I was more of an Xbox kid though, because when I was 7, my dad sold our PS2 and our PS1, and we got a GameCube and an Xbox instead. That would have made it. I didn't have our original OG Xbox. Ooh, that was really close to not working. Yeah, I'm still going, sir. I'm about to stop, though. I don't know how I made it, but okay. Why did you take so damn long? Fuck off, dude. Get out of that. Dude, just fucking let me up there! I lost about a second. This is gonna be it. Damn it! What the fuck? Come on! Cortex! Why did you do that? I lost 10 seconds there because Cortex decided to be an old fucking man and be like, ow, my back hurts, this stupid fucking bitch. You down to Dave's triple? Damn, that's crazy. I'll go for a couple more attempts. I want to finish a run, but if I can't finish a run, then it is what it is. I mean, like, I'm very tired. I only got 4 hours of sleep last night. Dave's triple is indeed Wendy's. Xbox top, what? Yeah, yes. I have infected Axel with the Wendy's virus. There we go. Finally. Really, dude? The one run and I get an insta-fall? The one run that was like actually decent and I insta-fall. Wendy's is indeed good. How? I can play Crash Twinsanity? What? I don't understand your question. Hello, welcome Raiders. Oh boy. I hope the stream was going well. Can't do the actual command. I don't know how to do the command. There we go. No, not emulator. Console. Not so good. But yes, I hope your stream went well, Jetlight. Thank you for the raid. Hello, whoever came from the raid. I am G Pro. I'm speedrunning Twins. I am malding pretty hard, actually. This is the first run that I've had in like an hour and a half that hasn't sucked massive dong. Yes, this is the Xbox version. Dr. Doofenshmirtz.
Ah, Perry the Platypus.
Fuck you. Come on. Stop fucking doing this. About how Twins on Xbox killed his pet hamster or something. Nah. Rare DOW. Hang on. was similarly dense with good songs as Phineas and Ferb. Nice. Sorry, I need to take a screenshot of that, and I'm posting that in my Discord. I'm gonna put this in memes, and I'm gonna pin it. The kill you're running in. I like this guy. You can join my Discord if you wanna. And here's for the YouTube users. If you could join my Discord if you want. If you don't want to, that's okay. I usually announce when I stream. Sometimes I post funny memes and sometimes I lab in my stream. And also, I have a linguistics channel, and I also have a Spanish chat for people who either are studying Spanish or speak Spanish natively and want to use Spanish instead of English. That's fine. And Japanese has indeed been added to the list of languages that are allowed in my stream. I apologize. This is this game is fairly or any percent is very reset intensive, so I'm sure this is not very entertaining up until I start getting a run, and we have a new route which saves like a lot of time, so and the sun's starting to get in my eyes. Motherfucker. This is one of the good things about when I move downstairs into the basement this weekend. We're gonna clean up the basement, and I'm gonna move my setup down there so I can have a lot more room to do stuff. What? But yes, I don't know what game you were streaming. I would like to know, though. And hopefully today, which probably won't happen since I've been streaming for 6.5 hours. I'm tired and I'm sleep deprived. If I get the PB today, or at least finish a run with the new route, because I have not finished a run with the new route yet. Why did you lock my inputs, game? The game just locked my inputs. That doesn't happen usually. The new route uses Cortex in the final level, and also, it has one less death abuse, before Antagony, and I have to collect 2 lives because there's 3 extra death abuses in total. 4, actually. You need the extra lives, which is the first time that Twins has ever really needed to life route. Here we go. So that skips a cutscene right there. And then we're gonna be going into Cursed Warp here. And how we do it is we are going to dodge this checkpoint trigger, which I didn't dodge. Never mind. Sorry, there's not a lot of room for error. Yeah, so Mr. Kib... Okay. Your whole family's dying, Kevin. Take my balls in your face, you fuck. How's the Japanese going? 日本語はどうだったか? I am silly language man. Why didn't you attach to the nut crash? I've had almost 300 attempts today. I may not even sub 1030 until I reach attempt number 10,000. This route is just so fucking brutal. And every time I do runs, I am not... Every time I'm doing runs, I'm just not in the best conditions. Things that just keep me up at night. Like today I had 4 hours of sleep. And I tried going to bed. I went to bed at 3, or I fell asleep at 3. Are the older routes easier? Well, yes, of course. The older route is easier. There's so much more to do. Bear in mind, I went to sleep at 11. Or I went to bed at 11 and I couldn't sleep until after 3. Dude, really? I will go until attempt number 9300, and then I'll stop. I may pick it back up tonight. I may pick it back up tonight when, I may pick it back up tonight when I'm, what's it called, maybe after, like, I do a little nap or something. Okay. Still under 44, so... This is actually the fastest run I've had in a while. And I have had a sub 125. It was impossible to know where the fuck he was gonna go. Okay. Now. Now we're gonna do Cursed Warp. Basically, I skipped going into the trigger that world checkpoint, and now we're gonna snipe the bat into it while being in a different loading zone. We stored coordinates by slamming into the water. So now when we skip the splash animation there, boom. And now we're here. Whatever, it's fine. No, come on. It's fine, there's time to save. No. 30 seconds lost. I don't know if this is it. I'm gonna think it is though. No, I'm not gonna get attached until it's time. No! That is not how speedrunning works, my friend. As soon as you start thinking this is it, you get nervous. And as soon as you get nervous, it's over. Rule number 1 of speedrunning, never get attached. The only thing you could do, well, fucking hell. Only thing you could do is just be like, let's do this. It's not, this is gonna be it, it's let's do this. Nah! I overcompensated because the collision's a little different on the European version. I changed it because I was having issues with this, with the angles. Does Cortex stay with you? Yes. Cortex stays with you as soon as you grab him. That's why if you, in all of the previous routes, if you died in Antagony, the game crashes. If you do warp skip. Why do you change versions? I mean, in this, for any percent, I did it just for the stick angles. Not activated the cutscene at all? That doesn't mean anything. That's not... That has nothing to do with having Cortex. That's a different Cortex. The game has to detach him from you. Yeah, exactly. You're not supposed to have him there anyways, so there would be no reason for it to disconnect you. The game has to do it manually because the way the game works is as soon as you grab Cortex, you are Crash plus Cortex indefinitely until the game says otherwise. This is why when you are Crash plus Cortex in an area that you're not supposed to be in and you get a loading screen, the game crashes. Because you're not supposed, there's no Cortex there. He's not supposed to be there in order to save memory. So that's pretty much the whole thing, is that like as soon as you grab Cortex, Cortex is with Crash indefinitely. Can this happen in reverse? No. I'll go further than 9300. I'm not ready to give up yet. It needs both Crash and Cortex. Will it still crash? Yeah, no. So the thing is that Crash exists in pretty much every chunk, I think. So if you spawn in as Crash, the game is never gonna crash. Now if you spawn in as Cortex, then things are a little bit trickier. Or if you spawn in as Crash plus Cortex, things are trickier because the game needs to have Cortex loaded in memory. What the hell? Double raid. Hello, Cheeky Chunk. Thanks for the raid. A second raid? What the fuck? Don't hit me. Thank you. You're a fucking liar, mate. Broby, my boy. How's it hanging? What was going on? What was the stream? Did you PB? Third place? Damn. Understandable. Damn it. You got third place in what though? Thank you, Raiders, for coming in. This is Crash Twinsanity. Sorry, I'm kind of I'm grinding this new route out, which can save like up to 14 seconds. I have not completed a run yet with it, and I have been attempting it for like somewhere in the realm of like 500 attempts or something. I have also been trying to like allow myself to have mistakes just like that, and it's still like not coming through yet. I always do something. But yes, so for any of the uninformed, this is Crash Twinsanity. This game is fucking wacky. Where we could do shit like that, like jump on to phantom ledges and then skip like several levels, also warping off of a nut. This new route requires us to get lives, and if I make it into Antagony, it's gonna get crazier. Probably like one of the coolest routes the game has ever seen. But it's also incredibly fucking hard. You think twins can be pushed further? Any percent? I don't think that we're gonna see sub 10. Unless we find something new. So I just skipped a cutscene there by doing a thing called a long jump, where you slide jump and then walk off of a ledge, and then you get the speed of a slide in a standard jump. That's a second of time loss. And now I'm going to go and I'm going to dodge checkpoint. When am I going to see the? When are you going to see the return? When I'm done with any percent? I'm not done with any percent. I would try to do a no reset run to show people, but the thing is like, I can't exactly do a no reset run yet. I haven't even completed a run. How am I supposed to do a no reset run? Dude, come on. Sometimes the nut is just fucking stupid. Doesn't let you do anything, man. I hate the nut. We will most likely see in the coming days, maybe. Coming days meaning hopefully by the end of the month we'll see at least one record with the new route. I was hoping to get it today, but considering I'm very sleep deprived and the fact that I've been streaming for almost 7 hours and I haven't finished Antagony a single time, has basically kind of like showed maybe I shouldn't be playing this game while sleep deprived. And I have been doing nothing but that every single time that I've been able to play the game, because something always happens to prevent me from sleeping well. It should be different. It should be different after this weekend though, because I'm going into the basement where there should be less noise. Oh my fuck! Kevin, your whole family's fucking dying. Your wife is gonna... You did not just kill me. Come here. You're getting my balls in your face. Get the fuck up. No. No. You're getting my balls in your face. That's what Joe walks in on. Joe, this route is faster on PS2. Get on it. just, you know, a route that I haven't finished a run with yet. You know, nothing too special, just probably if this were summer break, I could do this. Pac-Man dude. Yeah, Pac-Man dude. Would you stop having that fucking static bullshit? Why do you do this to yourself? Stop it. Why do you do this? Stop. Stop. Stop it. Stop it. Why is it picking up shit that it's not supposed to? I don't know why it's doing that. Like, I know it's picking up weird background noise that it's not supposed to pick up. I don't know why my my mic does this. I might have to just eventually buy a new one. If anyone wants to wink wink nudge nudge. Donate some money to a poor old soul to help him get a new microphone. Would you like to help a fellow American that is down on his luck? This is obviously a joke. Please don't give me money. Minimized. Red hot and jumpy love. Red Hot was dumb for letting his political beliefs harass people because he's anti-trans. And he was like basically harassing trans people. And I'm not saying like just because of that. He was literally going into chats and harassing them. So he got banned because of that. Jumpy Love did some not so great relationship things, which I still don't know if those should have really come to light, but whatever. The community deemed him unsafe, so they kicked him. That's what happened. Those were the people. I mean, I don't shy away from telling people facts. Like, that's basically what happened. That is literally what happened. But I mean, to be fair, like in Jumpy's case, he was an emotionally manipulative prick. There you go. Infinity lies. What I mean though? I didn't do that. Okay. On how to get max lives? Been having a rough day. You're welcome. What? How? That guide. How many years ago did I upload that video? Was that like 12 years ago? Because the fact that I'm sure I uploaded a video about that, but I just have no recollection of that. It was 12 years ago. See, that's what I thought. So I was like, I don't. Hi, Joe. Heard about the Crash Twinsanity remake beta coming out? What? Who the hell said that? And by whom? Another unofficial remake? Was it made by another Brazilian? Recording the TV. Yeah. There is a custom level coming out. Yeah, I heard about that. Is it on Dreams again? Yeah, that's another question. Listen, there's unofficial. If it was either made by Dreams or some random Brazilian, yeah, it's gotta be garbage. Source, trust me, bro. No, I wouldn't say source, trust me, bro. I would say, quality, trust my bro. Trust me, bro. It's PC. But who made it? I mean, sure, I'll take a look. But it's like I always say. It's like I always say whenever I see that, it's like, oh, hey, do you want to watch that? It's like what I always say, right? Like, I mean, sure, I'll take a look, and then I take a look and I'm like, okay, this looks like every other like remake thing, and it's not necessarily like, you know, to rag on people and say crush their dreams, but it's like, if you're really trying to sell me on a remake, you have to be good at it. Yeah, it will probably be bad. I mean, sure, like, I'll take a look, but expect me to complain like no tomorrow if I play it. But yeah, it's basically like every single person that comes in to Twins and tries to like sell me on their Twinsanity remake. To me, it's always like, okay. But is it good though? And then I look at it. Because a lot of times these people like... a lot of times what happens is that, a lot of the people that make these games are amateurs. And that's not a bad thing per se, right? I'm not necessarily saying like it's a bad thing per se. But at the same time it's like if you're going to make... Amateurs have an extremely difficult time making things that... No, they're just not being a troll. And it basically what Axel is saying, yeah. See, this is why, yeah, exactly what Axel is saying. Like, the thing is like, amateur game devs can't, unless they, like, strike gold, they tend to not make things feel official. An amateur team that was hired by a highly sought after company. I don't think that they were necessarily like that amateur, because there's a very big difference between amateur and things that actually get put out. There's still levels of polish, and also you have to remember that people that are in companies have access to programs that others would not. Because amateur doesn't always mean just the people making it. They also don't have, like, the same stuff that official things. Prior or little experience, yeah. That's what a lot of people do with these things. I'm surprised that made it. Mod everything back into the game instead of a remake. Fuck. What the hell, dude? You still not... That's not dimension skip. That's not warp skip either, it's cursed warp. Cursed splash, actually. How do you warp to the 10th dimension? That is cursed splash. Basically, you have the checkpoint, by... No, I just always correct it because I see everybody... It's not just you, it's a lot of people. Yeah, it would be called that. You don't get old warp skip, though? What's old warp skip? Do you mean dimension skip? Dimension skip is where you use Cortex to fuck up Crash's animation. And then go into the 10th dimension. Maybe the name should be changed. It's called Cursed Splash. When we have a strat that's called Dimension Skip, it should be called Cursed Splash. I mean, we could call it CDs. CDS. CD's nuts. Cursed Dimension Skip. But I still think Cursed Splash is better. Because it describes exactly what it is. It's the Splash Teleport with Cursed Warp. Yeah, Cursed Dimension Skip. Fuck. The reason why people think that Cursed Splash is Dimension Skip is because there is a category called No Dimension Skip. That's why. It's not because of what seems logical. Because everybody calls the other one Cursed Splash. Everybody calls the one that we do Cursed Splash. It's just because there is something called No Dimension Skip that just makes it... That just makes people assume that since that's not in there, it must be Dimension Skip. Which is... That category should be changed. Because it's not No Dimension Skip. It's something different now. Because we don't use Dimension Skip. We skip into, we use Curse Splash. And then there's Warp Skip. If Old Dimension Skip were a category. Old Dimension Skip, I think, should be a category. Because it's probably the easiest, it's the easiest category to get into. But yeah, I would honestly say, like, Dimension Skip... Yeah, that's dimension skip. That's when you use Cortex to mess up the animation to go into it. Cursed fucking warp. Well, cursed warp is so much easier. That's why it took you months to nail dimension skip. Because that. So the thing is that dimension skip, which is different from the original version, was far harder and not consistent. You couldn't always get it because sometimes Cortex just was in the wrong animation. You were fucked. That trick was so fucking hard. And then Curse Splash, which was arguably a little bit harder, came around. But the thing is the reason why no dimension skip became a category, outside of showing Yere's run, was pretty much because of the fact that dimension skip sucked. Do I take breaks when I'm streaming? Not really. I have not taken a break in 7 hours. Nice. There we go. I'll take it. Oof, the time loss. That's bad. That's 5 seconds. When was the last time I drank water? Hours ago. I really should get a donation incentive. Yo, Hatake. Ew. No. You kiss your mother with that mouth? I love water, man. I'm not doing too well here. What? Why did you fucking... Okay. Okay. Unaligned. Misaligned, I mean. Come on. That was almost bad. No, why did... Damn it! Why do I always try to do that jump so fucking quickly? It's annoying. It's partially muscle memory, but like you have to kind of like understand your line, because like if you don't understand your spacing in Twins, you're fucked. I'm not drinking water right now. I'm not leaving my room yet. I will leave my room when it's done. Oh yeah, it's not luck. It's muscle memory, but also like a lot of it is Giganut more consistent for me? No. I never go for it unless I'm really behind. If I could get Giganut consistent, I would be using it every time. And this time would not be a 124, it would be... Or, I wouldn't be aiming for 125s and 126s, I would be aiming for, I would be aiming for, 123s. Giganut training arc? Never... It's not hardcore ball glitch. It's worse. If there were a way to make it consistent, that would be awesome, because then it would just be a free 2-second time save. Oh my fuck. Would you fucking... I do not like the nut. There's a reason why I say Hub 1 is the worst part of the run. If the game just does not want you to get past Nut Skip, you're not gonna make it past Nut Skip. End of story. Ball glitch? Allegedly. Sphere would be more correct, but I would say I would use ball physics. Ball physics, I think, sounds fine. Ball glitch is allegedly more consistent, but I still haven't tried it yet. I have not had the time. There you go. That's fine. It's not that big of a... That's not that big of a, not that big of a loss. Damn it! Why? We'll get some sleep. I can't sleep now. I'm not able to sleep. Okay, listen. And I am going to say this because... And this is not a Juhatake, but I'm going to say this, and I understand that everybody is concerned for my health. But you... know that I'm fine because for one, I always overhydrate. So I'm fine without water, for one. And two is that if I say I can't sleep, because reminder, I have serious sleep problems. I can't sleep. I get it, but I do not need the suggestions. I understand they're coming from a good place, but if I say I can't do something, like if I can't sleep, that means my body will not let me sleep. If I stopped about an hour ago, I probably could have, but I am not able to do so right now. And water, I'm fine. I always drink a fuck ton of water. The reason why I can't sleep is because I have my sleep, the way my body works with sleep is very odd. It's not as simple as like, I could just lay down and fall asleep. Even if I'm tired, I can't just fall asleep. It may have something to do with insomnia, or I don't know, but I have sleep apnea. But usually you oversleep instead of undersleep with sleep apnea, so... Fuck. Damn it. So much time on trying to fall asleep on your own. Usually if my body says it's time that I can sleep, all I need is just my headphones on to prevent my brain from being distracted from external stimuli, and then I can fall asleep. And I usually take my headset off in my sleep anyways. Part of having sleep apnea, actually. Well, I get my stuff from my own brain too, but I can figure that out. No, I wouldn't use earplugs. I take them out, and then it would just be an endless supply of just having to buy earplugs. I also tend to hear vibrations, so it wouldn't work. Really? Is this really what we're going with? Oh my fuck. Get out of the way, Kevin. Hear vibrations? You know what hearing is. Not what I meant. Buena estropidez. Infrared sound. No. I'm sensitive to vibration. As in, like, even if technically I wouldn't be able to hear the sound itself, I can hear it through the vibration of whatever I'm on. You wake up the next morning. I wish I could do that. Fuck you. I listen to YouTube videos. At least until I get tired enough, and then I either take my headset off because I need to get comfortable, or I fall asleep with my headphones on and my body does it while I'm asleep. I would never do it without headphones. For one, I'll still be able to hear stuff. And two, like, that is... my parents would be able to hear it. Elden Ring gameplay, that is oddly specific. I like listening to Mario Maker gameplay videos. Like Carl Sagan. Why did you drop my fucking input? I watch Simple Flips to bed sometimes, yeah. I enjoy Mario Maker. You stream it regularly. Do you do troll levels? Super Mario Maker 2! Listen, if you do troll levels and puzzle levels, I'd watch. Or uncleared levels. Half a car! Axel, half a car! Uncleared? I do like uncleared. Thank you for the good luck. Superior. ¿Verdad? Especialmente los amo que literalmente tienen que usar tas para subirla. El último nivel. Eso es interesante, ¿no? Oh, sí, hablo español, pero... gracias por la suerte. Pero es que no soy hispanohablante. What? Soy angloparlante. Pero es que lo he aprendido. O sea, he empezado estudiándolo hace 15 años. Estaba en el instituto. Tenía 14. Gracias. Where's he gonna go? Basically, Tropitath was saying, like, dude, I still can't believe that they cleared all of the Mario Maker 1 levels. And I can't believe that either. Alright, take it easy. Pero sí, sí quiere escribir en español. Todo bien, como quieras. A mí no me importa. Es que mi chat es bilingüe. A veces hay... No, you're fine, you're fine. It was topical. A veces hay más hispanohablantes que angloparlantes en mi chat. A mí no importa. Mi chat es bilingüe. It was fucked up. Yeah, the trimming the herbs was cheating. There were 2. 1 live PB. You may not see one. I might stop soon. I mean, shit, it's been almost 7.5 hours. Surprisingly, my back's not hurting. Well, it is hurting a little bit, but, I mean, well, I have fibromyalgia, so makes sense, but... It's not hurting enough to make me want to stop. I started streaming at around 10. And, like... I started streaming around 10. I was actually going to start streaming at 8. But my dad messages me and he's like, I need you to come get me. And I'm like, what? Because his tire blew out. And we needed to do a bunch of stuff. And then he gave me some money for food. So I ate some food. Grab the fucking nut crash. Holy fuck. You're gonna see it out in any case. I'll probably do some more tomorrow morning. Hopefully I'll have better sleep by then, because holy fuck, I'm not doing so hot. I mean, I know I'm capable of kind of like sitting down for like several hours, being capable of like I'm able to sit down for several hours, being able to just, like, focus and play games and shit. And then stream. I mean, I'm used to it. I've been a streamer for... Let me see here. Well, I started streaming in 2012, so... 12 years now. I'm kind of used to being in front of an audience. It doesn't faze me. Quick, someone donate $1,000 right now. I'll suck my own dick for $1,000. For legal and illegal reasons, this is a joke. Thoughts on the Minecraft movie trailer? Lol. You're curious because Jack Black? It ain't worth it, man. Why do you think they got Jack Black? They got Jack Black because it's gonna fucking suck. And Jack Black is like, oh yeah, I get to make some money. Not knocking the guy, but I mean that's literally like what it is. It's a fucking kid. It's a fucking kid movie cash grab. And said, "Is Steve true?" It's basic. I mean, yeah, you basically like. That's what it is. I mean, come on, man. Like. I mean, sure. Can you? Sonic 3 might be good. I mean, if the first two were good, then the third one's probably gonna be good. That almost didn't work. I was ready to reset. For Maria to get shot, bruh. I just love Latina Sonic. What if they casted Maria as a Latina? Think about it. That would be like... That would fulfill the meme so fucking hard. Like, what if Maria's a Latina and then he just says, I just love Latina Sonic. Hey, listen, if it's good and there's no sex, I will be happy. I mean, she was like a child, so that would make it even worse, but... Listen, I understand Hollywood, alright? Why did I do the shadow voice perfectly? Where's that damn fourth Chaos Emerald? Sonic, I need Latinas. Damn, not here. No Latinas. Eggman voice.
No way! I can't believe this! Shadow, there are no Latinas here.
No, Eggman, it cannot be.
Yes, I sold them all.
What?
Don't ask.
I don't know why it said sold. It just kind of came out that way. What if that's actually faster? What if spinning into them is faster? It's probably not, but I doubt. Like, what if it is? I have to be a V8. I mean, I was in a game. Called Goodbye Dr. Sanchez. It was a fucking flop. I have been practicing on and off for like 13 years. Your game won't be though?
See, Shadow, it's all part of my plan. I take all the Latinas out, and you can't use your power. You can't even concentrate. No, he figured out my one weakness. What are all those black creatures doing there?
Someone needs to make an animation. I mean, sure. If somebody wants to, go ahead. Nobody ever wanted to cast me as any Sonic characters. And mind you, I'm doing this with a dry throat. I have not drank water in like 7 hours. Actually, the last thing I drank was hot chocolate that I got from a local place. Axel, did we take you to the local donut shop? We did. We did take you to the local donut shop. That's where I got the hot chocolate from. I went there and I got 2 BELTs and like they gave me a free apple fritter. I was like, bruh. Their donuts are pretty good, but I like their sandwiches. Their sandwiches are really good. But yes, I've practiced doing voice acting on and off for like 13 years, 14 years actually. And I started out, funny enough, by first of all finding out
that I could make a really deep voice, just like this, and not hurt myself. I could actually talk like this for quite some time without having any issues.
One of the first things I remember copying, like, properly as a teenager, was a really old, text-to-speech Master Chief thing, where, it would just say, "Are you Master Chief?" And then the other thing that I remember really doing was,
"Snooping as usual, I see. I'll have to give myself a promotion."
And then it kind of just spiraled off from there.
"Pingers usual, I see." Yeah, yep.
What? BRB, I guess. I don't know what for, but... I do want to be a voice actor eventually, but, well, that's probably not happening anytime soon, so... But if anybody knows any video games that I could do voices for, let me know. Let's do until 93:40 or the 93:50. I don't know if Hatake's still here, but I have a proposition. If you need a trailer, a person to do a trailer voiceover, buy me P3R on Steam and I'll do it. Actually, like 40. It's like $40 right now. That's actually a steep price for a trailer. I'd probably only be like, okay, just give me like $5 or something. $5. There we go. Or $6. Pay for my Arby's. It's actually a fair trade for like a short 30-second voiceover. Is like, oh yeah, pay for me to get like 2 chicken sandwiches from Arby's, and then I'll just do a trailer for you. But yeah, I could do like for the Eggman voice, I could do like complete I could do complete improv with it. I just don't do it very often. Especially after I got sick in December. I stopped doing that because like it really started to mess with my throat. Because when I got sick, it was bad. It was really bad. I think my vocal cords got damaged. I wouldn't be surprised if I like permanently damaged my vocal cords. But of course, like with my genetics, you wouldn't necessarily be able to catch it. Because like it didn't affect like my normal range. But like certain things are just harder for me to do now. Like the Eggman voice. It's harder for me to keep it for longer periods of time now. Yeah, so 5 more attempts and then 5 more attempts and then I'll and then Axel, let's do some Crash 3.
Happiness is so much more enjoyable when it's based on pingers. Happiness.
I swear, if this is the one that gets it. It is a lot of fun making voices. Especially if you're able to kind of like do conversations. I do that sometimes in the shower where I make my voices do conversations with each other. The very rare time where I have to pause. And I over pause too. Oh. Like I could do Vector as well. Um
Then who was it? Who locked you up here for trying to conquer the world? It was.
So that's Metal Sonic?
It's useless. Metal Sonic has combined your data with the power of chaos and is super strong. We can't defeat it. Ah, if only we had the 7 Chaos Emeralds. What's this? But how? Even with the Chaos Emerald's power, our chances for victory are slim. It would take a miracle.
Just leave that to me, Doc. No, that's Vector the Crocodile.
What's wrong with you? What?
I've got a bad feeling about this.
SBO, don't be silly. Besides, you know our policy. We never turn down work that pays. Come on, boys. Let's go!
Roger.
I've heard good things about you and require your detective services. What's up, SBO?
And you are?
Who's this broad?
Our client's adversary, perhaps. You mean the bad guys?
Excuse me, miss. I was wondering if I could ask you something. A date? You think this is a joke, you little brat?
Now hand over that chow nice and easy.
It's not nice to tease my friends.
Sonic Heroes ahem moment.
There you are, you mustache moron! He's the one, right? Mustache moron? I'm the one! Take him out! Quickly! This is gonna cost you extra! Get them!
Wait, what was it? Hang on, I'm trying to remember.
Don't get so excited, boys! Those are the easy ones!
Nothing personal. Just serving up justice. Judgment Day!
You're gonna regret starting this fight!
Looks like this will be the last attempt.
Froggy, where are you? Let's go home.
Yeah, if you're capable of doing voices and doing like voice acting, trust me, I'm like, you don't want to be living under the same roof with somebody that can do voices, because like, if that person's bored in the shower, you're just going to hear like several conversations. You will hear conversations going on in the shower and you won't know what the fuck is going on. Trust me, I know, because I do that sometimes. When I know I'm home alone and I'm in the shower, I fucking do voices. If I'm not singing, I do voices. And I will literally just have my voices interact with each other. It's really fucking funny. But yeah, so... You've been in the car and just start voice acting? TFS.
What? You went to college?
Stay in university, Vegeta.
God damn it, Nappa.
I'm just like any other guy. I pay my taxes one leg at a time. Are you even real?
You don't get it, Frieza. You're not dealing with the average Saiyan anymore.
Have you seen the Dragon Ball Z dub in Spanish? I've seen both the Latino and the Castellano dubs. I actually prefer the Castellano dub. But yeah. So I'm fucked. I'm tired. I need to chill, and I'm probably getting Arby's soon. I need to get that 2 for 6. So I'm doing that 2 for 6. Sid is doing his first Mario Galaxy 2 playthrough. We're gonna fucking raid this son of a bitch. So, he speedruns Sonic. So just be aware. He speedruns Sonic. Please hold your opinions. Be respectful. Maybe some other day we can do more voice acting stuff and also actually get some runs going. No, not host. I want to do raid. Bitch. I know how to do the fucking command, you piece of shit. There you go. Alright, everybody. Go watch this motherfucker. He is a good old friend.